Welcome, everybody. It's Unstoppable Stletzy, and I got week 9 of the Liga for you today. Well, not necessarily week 9, but whatever sort of stuff people submitted to me. I think I got something from either week 8 or 7, and then I did actually get a series from week 9. So for week 9, I did something really crazy. So I decided, you know what? Since Nathan's not around to pick maps for me, just picking the worst maps to put somebody on just to watch them cry and scream and, like that. And, looks like somebody actually endured it. I believe Eternity versus Goimistan. So, not only did somebody actually do the really horrible maps that nobody should ever assign somebody, but they were actually skilled combatants too. Eternity and Goimistan. Which up until this point, I obviously haven't gone around to scoring the spreadsheets and everything, but from what I understand from memory, I believe Goimistan, Codefender, and Eternity are sort of in a three-way tie for the top of the bracket right now. So, yep, they got like the most points and stuff. So yeah. Also, I just heard from Nathan before I went up live that he's looking into contacting people about setting up that new bracket idea, because I guess people are so busy now that, the season's changed or whatever, they have a lot of responsibilities that they can't actually commit to the week format anymore, at least for now. So they kind of want to just end this thing with a formal 16-player bracket, and what will happen is the results of those brackets depend on what row you fall sort of into that tree when you get knocked out, will grant you a certain amount of points, and that will be cumulatively added to your stuff from the week format. So the work that they did before will matter. I wanted to make that clear that, the people that did put in work for the past 8 to 9 weeks, that matters. But this bracket will be a way to quickly clean this out, because I think SAG and a few others want us to just do a new event and come up with a new idea for the next one, and yeah, I think that's a good idea too. Also, if you didn't know, there was a new patch to Wars of Liberty yesterday, so guess what? I had to copy my Wars of Liberty folder, get a new directory, and that's kind of what I had to do, so yeah, pretty much just that. So I'm actually on the old version here, so we can look at the series that took place during the old version. And the new version will take place in the new patch. So I will make some changes to the document in terms of what they can use, because obviously you could run a Ron Jihad card now. That's no longer a problem. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I would need to... Well, not necessarily. They didn't make anything more OP, that's for sure. So I think there's still some issues with Saudi Arabia, so I might not touch their regulation stuff that much, but definitely Iran is totally legit now, because what the devs ended up doing was, I guess they did it to avoid causing problems in the future, they just got rid of like 90% of the long-term bonuses from Madrasa techs as a way to deal with that. And essentially what they were like is, okay, we got all these bonuses, they have all these different ideas that we want to, and it turns out a lot of them kind of caused a lot of problems. So they were like, okay, except for very specific exceptions, like I think in general the Afghan one for the blue text, because that's kind of integral to their SID bonus. They keep that, but most of the other ones are just going away. Yeah, I think the only ones that still probably, I haven't went around to testing everything, the only ones that sort of have sort of a quote-unquote long-term effect would probably be the Afghan blue text, the Afghan red text, because they still give you Maliks, more explorers, so that is, still a thing. And maybe Saudi Arabian's yellow text, because isn't that what allows you to get an up build limit on your Bedouins, though? Because otherwise they would only be able to have, like, so little population, though. Yeah, I think they would kind of have to keep the Saudis, like, yellow madrasa effect. But they could totally get rid of the other ones, too. I guess there was a bit of complaints about that because people are like, it wasn't all of the madrasa texts that were really causing the issue. It was only how do I explain? It's like only like one. It was like one culprit really, which was just Iran's militia thing. Because the idea of resetting the militia thing with Saudi Arabia was totally fine because of the way the civ was structured. It was just with a standard Middle East civ that gets their militia from the Mahalas. That was sort of the main issue, I guess, because with the Mahalas, since they're a house, a 20-pop house, you can have up to 10 of them, and since Iran had a civ bonus where they got 3 Minutemen per building instead of 2, you got a situation where every Minuteman levy, when maxed out, would bring like 30 Minutemen. And imagine compiling that with a card like Jihad, where Minutemen don't lose hit points, and then another one, Visibilia, that actually adds more damage and +4 range. That's a big balance problem right there, and that's sort of what happened. It was like crazy. And, people were back and forth about how we fix that, what we're going to do about it, and it was like, I guess the devs just threw their hands up in the air and they're like, we don't want to keep doing this every time we release a new Middle East civ. We want less variables to worry about when we're trying to balance these civs for competitive. So they just decided to whop the long-term bonuses off, except the few examples that I gave you, like 2 of the Afghan routes, as well as possibly the Saudi Bedouin one, which you kind of need. Those ones are kind of integral, but all the other ones they just lopped off. Even the ones that didn't really matter that much, like, the Uzbek one, plus 3% HP and attack on the citadels, again, wasn't really causing a problem, but they just tried to make it fair and just got rid of most of them. I think the Saudi one was just caravans moving faster. Again, obviously not a huge deal, but they just wanted to keep it fair, I guess. So yeah, now that I think about it, I don't know why they. I don't know. Yeah, it definitely hurts. So what does that mean for Iran though? Does Iran still get the resource trickles as part of their civ, or what? I haven't even considered the annotations of that, because now Iran isn't even going to get like trickles anymore. It completely changes the script and how you kind of use them, right? Oh yeah, no, totally. It's going to like completely change the way you use them, because the whole point we played Iran was to get better trickles. Now that they effectively lost the civ bonus. It's sort of the heart of what they do. Yeah, that's going to be a kind of tough one, actually. Yeah, trying to solve one problem and they ended up opening up a new one. Scary. Spoopy, as they say, spoopy. Yeah, well, whatever. I'm just sharing the stream with some Discord servers right now, just so we can get everyone on. It's not going to be a lot of stuff to cast today. It's going to be very minute. Probably looking at like an hour or 2 maximum, unless these people stalemate really, really long. Like, if each game is like, obviously, like 45 minutes, especially the ones in the Eternity versus Guaymastan series, then there'll obviously be a bit of substance to it. But if it's a quick... But this is the thing, though. For particularly the Eternity versus Guaymastan series, those maps I picked for the Week 9, they were intentionally there to have a prolonged fight and to force people to think outside of the box. Like Fajord, Asin, Lower Congo, in particular those ones. Those ones were, even Galapagos. Galapagos is an island map. We never, ever, ever did an island map for the Liga. I just decided to throw in a island map. But it's not always an island map, because sometimes you will spawn on the same island as the opponent, so it's actually not too bad. So there's a bit of RNG there'll be an island map, and sort of an RNG there won't be an island map, so... Yeah, it was kind of an interesting idea, to say the least. You know what? I was trying to think of another map that I wanted to, so I kind of went with that one because I couldn't find it. I think it was the Niger River one. That one would have been crazy because it would have been this huge, narrow, like mile-wide map. Also, the large Sacagawean map I just found the other day, and I'm like, man, I wish I found that one too. That would have been another good one to do, but whatever. I probably would have lopped off Winter Wonderland and Galapagos if I knew about those two ones, because that would have fit more the script of what I was looking to do with that week of matches. But whatever, what's done is done, son. Yeah. I'm almost done with my Discord shenanigans too, and then we can start. We'll start with the Eternity vs. Gormistad series, since that's the one you're probably here to watch. That one's going to be very fascinating, because I think the way I set up the map order, it's actually I think it actually gets milder the later you go into the series. Up front, you actually had the more gnarly maps, and over time you start to get the more mild, or I should say moderate ones. Right. So obviously Lower Congo is the first one, which is probably the most zaniest one. If you know what the Lower Congo map looks like, it's essentially, Amazon, for the Amazon River map? It's kind of like that, but there's a middle section with a trade route in between that. So you have to cross two rivers, essentially, to reach your opponent, which is very convoluted, very stressful and frustrating and painful. And I wanted players to experience that, so I went with that map. Yeah. You might question my sanity, question my morals, my ethics, my adherence to human rights from the United Nations, but I still thought it might be a good, entertaining idea, and I said, you know what? Even if Interpol comes running for me, because some Juanito Bonito cried because of a crazy map, taking them 5 hours to figure out, and that's what it'll take, I guess. Yeah. I don't think they go to that length, right? No, probably not. They might just say, "Oh, gringo, I'm not competing in another Liga after that one." Something like that, but yeah. Alright, here we go. We're all ready to go now. Sounds good? Alright, perfect. Let's see what we got here. Which one is the one that there was... Trying to find it. What was it called again? Let me look at my file system thing here. Eternity vs. Gormistan. Alright, so that should be right around the corner, right? These ones, okay. So these are going to be some of the craziest maps you've ever seen before, and I can guarantee you that. So let's get started. Let's get started right now. Here we go. Oh, so they start in a different order, but that's fine. Okay, so they decide to start with Fjord, the Fjord map. So the Fjord map is essentially this map in, I believe, Norway or Sweden or Scandinavia. Essentially, it's a war map, so you have fish and whales available through a lot of it. But if you want to cross through land, you actually have to go all the way around here. By the way, the natives don't work, so don't try to build on them. Go all the way around here just to reach your opponent. And the idea is it either forces you to play heavy into naval combat and try to land your troops on these cliff sides, which is really obnoxious and difficult. I believe, from my experience playing against Hector 420 on this map, I think you can actually land on these cliffs, but it's very hard. Or you have to come somewhere into this little cove over here, or this one, to do it, and it's a little bit more complicated. Actually, no, you could probably land over here since this is narrow. This is more shallow, so yeah. But yeah, it forces you into a choice of whether you're going to do this from a water standpoint to attack your opponent, or you're just going to take the long land route. And because this is such a long route, if you decide to go the land route, guess what? You're going to be battling for a very long time. You could have tons of infrastructure here. It gets bogged down really, really quickly. Yeah. I mean, look at the little timer thing here. We're already about 2 minutes into the match, and you can barely even see the yellow over there. We might be here for a long time today doing these matches. I just want to warn you that. these might be some very, very, very, very, very, very, very, very big matches. I wanted to cover myself, so I did say indeed that we might have time to do gameplay, but we might not, depending on how big these matches are. Alright, so it looks like Gormistan does something very interesting as Afghans. Nada. Water, fast industrial, no ship. So he actually goes for Nada here. Nada is a Middle Eastern card that actually ups your build limit for the Madrasa by 1. Why that matters? It matters because it allows you to research multiple Madrasa texts at the same time. So you can use Madrasa 1 to research blue. You could use Madrasa 2 to research a red or yellow one. It's essentially to age you up quicker, since it's these Madrasa texts that age you up once you reach a certain number. And obviously to get the very good bonuses that they provide you as well. So, yeah, pretty much that. So, in general, it seems like here, Gormistan's playing for the long game. And I think he actually did some research into this too. Because look at the way he set up this deck. So, he's got lots of long-term stuff. He does not have Advanced Gunsmith or Advanced Forge. I think that's a bit of a problem. What's he got economically? He's got Zirpot, that's good. He actually has the Minaret of Jam here. This is the card for Afghans that actually allows you to construct towers. Because towers are a standard building for Middle East that allows you to garrison your villages inside to give the building a range attack. Kind of like what a town center does, but, you know, sort of the roles reversed, sort of for this culture. But Afghans don't have access to that normally, because the Mahallas take the role of the tower and actually let you garrison villas in there and allow them to shoot at enemies. But with the Minaret of Jam, you can have your cake and eat it too. You know, you can have the Mahallas acting as towers, and then you can have actual towers. So, even more towers. Kind of giving you some of the best turtling in the game, really. For the Middle East, that is. Except maybe the Uzbeks with their whole Citadel thing, but that's besides the point. Yep, so as you can tell, running this multiple Madrasa setup, it's not going to do a lot at the start of the game, but as you go deeper and deeper, you start applying crate shipments in, start having more resources to work with. Having 2 Madrasas is going to be very good for the Afghan player to quickly cycle his way through the age-ups, yeah. And by the way, with the latest patch too, the devs kind of undid the Duran line thing, and they kind of said, you know what, we don't like the whole free Sepoy thing, so we're just going to make it bland and boring like the Uzbek courtier-related cards, and just have it cheapen the courtiers, which, totally fine. You know, I'm actually totally fine with that, because obviously having free Sepoys is kind of a problem, particularly for some matchups. So yeah, plus you're already getting free villagers with the polygamy card anyway, so having free villagers and military is very, very muy peruano. Big. Yeah. Yep, see, Gormistan's already at a stage at the match where he can actually queue up multiple Madrasa texts at the same time. He's got the red one here, blue one over here. So, he's going to reach a very quick industrial age using this setup. Whereas Eternity, we haven't really talked about much, is playing as a Swedish. Swedish, for what it's worth, have a lot of cool buildings that give them cool bonuses. Best building, of course, is the sawmill, which trickles wood, and leaves behind little piles of wood that you can collect with your villagers. He just sent the Norland logging card to actually up his build limit on the sawmill to 2, to give him more wood, and it cheapens it so you can actually afford the things. Because before you send that, it's like a $350 wood cost. Adding that onto it makes it about $210, right? Alright, we got steel traps coming in for Sweden as well. He also picked up the Land Mana Party card here. I don't know why it's called extra units. The devs never really fixed this, but it should be Land Mana Party. And what it does, every time you research an architect, you get a free villager. So it's a lot like the Diviv Edition Italians, the way that their storm architects give you free villagers, but it's just limited to the market. It's not any of the other buildings. Summon another coin. So, based on this deck, we can see Refridge, we can see Some pretty decent military upgrades. This is more of a 1v1 deck on a standard map, so I don't know if... Does he have Gunbark Massacre, right? Okay, so he does have that. He does have improved buildings. He has all of his citadels, polygamy. He even has the chakram throwers. Okay, so it looks like... I believe Goema's in a slightly better position here, from what it looks like. And keep in mind, he is still double queuing Madrasa techs. I can see the red one on the left, the blue one on the right. This means his age up's going to be very quick. He's already up the Fortress age now. So, I wouldn't be surprised if he hits Industrial Age very, very, very soon here. Like, really soon. That wouldn't surprise me if he did. And as I told you on Fajor, this is a huge map. Very big. Look at how far he had to leave his base just to set up a stable over here to provide some sort of raiding pressure. And that's the thing, because the map is so big, there's no guarantee that setting up a raid like this with a stable is actually gonna solve very much. Because by the time that those Hussars get up there, you might not get much damage done because he's already going to be fortified with citadels. Yeah. But it still looks like Eternity wants to get ahead of the curve and get his forward base at this position so that he just has to cross the icy bridge over here to get over on that side. That's one thing I learned about this map playing against other people like Veringo and Hector and stuff is you gotta get the forward base on this land patch going early. Otherwise, you're literally going to be defending from this side, and it's going to be a lot harder. So at the very least, you gotta have a forward base here. It'd be even better if you could get on this side, but that's really tough if your opponent's actually building correctly. Picking up citadels, too, great idea. So that way you can go right into Duran line, and his polygamy card, Eternity, at this point, trained about 2 Hussars, and he's going to use that to clean up these Duelta Labs. Hussars have a lot of hit points, so they're one of the more preferred cavalry units to go up against these guys with. Because, see, the Duelta Labs, unlike most scout units, have a really scary ability called Lethal Strike, where once you fall within a certain amount of hit points, there's an RNG that comes into place where the Duelta Lab could actually instantly kill the unit that it's fighting. Thankfully, though, Hussars have a lot of hit points, as I mentioned for the billionth time, so they can actually, have so much HP that they never have to fall into that clock, really. I believe at the start of the game it's like 30 hit points, but I believe as the unit gets more and more upgraded, that threshold actually increases, so by the end it's, I think, at like 50, 60, maybe 70 or 80 hit points for when it can perform the lethal strike, so you do need to be very mindful of that. Now Eternity is up to the Fortress Age. He needs to train more vills. He's picked up 1,000 coin. He's trained some volunteer skirms as well. These aren't like Fortress Age skirms. These are your Age 2 skirms. So think like crossbowmen, but crossbowmen with rifles. Same multipliers, same stats, same cost. Exact same thing. I would imagine at this point Gormistan is getting pretty close to well, I'm trying to see here. So he's got wood, he's got coin. No production yet of military, right? Yeah, no, that's the one thing you can do on this map, because you got so much space to work with. You don't really need to go military for a very good amount of time unless you're really seeing an enemy army coming for you. So this is the great map to just sit down on, collect resources, get techs done, and just farm it out for the late game. It also looks like Goemu's going to get his dock up right now. Eternity has his dock right now. Yeah, as I mentioned before, there's 2 ways to sort of play this map. You can do it the land route, where you go around here, which looks like Eternity is definitely going to be trying to do. But you can also go the water route, too, and attack from the south. Yeah. And I think in that regard, we're going to see a little bit of both. But we're also going to see a development of fishing economy from both players as well. Yeah, because honestly, there's so much fish and whales on this map. It would be kind of silly not to take advantage of it. It would be kind of a waste. So yeah, definitely take advantage of those fishing resources on this map too. if you can. And you got different spots you can do it. Sort of in this little cove, and you can do it in this little cove over here. So use those. You're gonna you're just really gonna enjoy that. Guimistan takes it a step further, adds a second dock in, which again, great idea. Because honestly, your opponent could actually threaten you with their own navy, so it's good to have more docks rather than less. You can fit about 2 of them here. Eternity has the same sort of like thing on the side there too that he can use, basically, yeah. What's this? Oh, that's from his age up, I'm assuming, this skirmisher badge. Yep. It's going to be transom hustle troop base as well. Sufficient boats coming in. Engineer. So it's age up with 2 falconets. Yep. Goemon is already up to industrial age. So once you hit industrial age, it's Afghans, Citadel, Duran line, and then polygamy. This is the one that gives you free vills, free sepoys, 4th Citadel, so you can just get more of both of those things. So yeah. And I have a Taco Bell emergency, so I'm going to stop this 1 second and then I'll be right back. It's pretty severe. Wait a minute. What, am I having like a mental lapse? I thought there was people there. I was going right to them that I was going to have to go. Alright, people, I somehow survived. I didn't think I would survive after that incident, but I got some Peruvian Juanita DMing me in Discord to play a match with them. Senorita can't live without me, obviously.
Oh, come on, Bingo. Ándale, with your Juanita peruana. Sí.
Vale.
Yeah, totally. Alright, everybody. Good evening. Oh, it's nighttime where you are? Here it's just afternoon. It's about like 1 p.m. Yeah. So, yep, it's always cool having fans from across the globe, from different continents. Yeah, so as I was mentioning before, Eternity's pinned Industrial Age, getting 2 free Falconets. Where are those? Right over here? Yep. Oh no, 2 mortars now. Oh, interesting. I thought it was going to be Falconets, it's actually mortars. One thing to keep in mind about mortars in this game, they're not just the mortars from D. They get the whole anti-building thing, but they can also attack units, and they have multipliers against artillery. So they're essentially culverins and mortars put together. They got rid of the culverin rule altogether for most cannons in the game, and just gave them mortars that have the functionality of the culverins as a secondary feature. Well, actually, it's a primary feature. The siege attack thing is actually a secondary feature that you unlock in the Industrial Age. But before that, it just acts like a culverin. Free sepoys from the Afghan citadels coming out right now. Very nice. He's got all 4 of them, right? Yep. Okay, so he's going to get like 4 free sepoys every few seconds. And then when he picks this up, he'll be getting free villagers as well. Honestly, at this stage, you don't even need to be spending food on vills. Just pick up your polygamy card. Save that food for like madrasa techs or military or something. That's what I do. I think typically for me, unless I have to, I usually stop trading villagers as Afghans as soon as I hit the fortress age. I just stop trading vills. I saved up that food so I can get more madrasa techs, particularly the yellow ones that cost food, just so I can get to Industrial Age and then utilize the polygamy card to get the rest of the vills for the rest of the game. And that way, too, if I need the food for military, like just ale cheese or something, I can use that spare food for that, too. It's a little risky, yes, but it often rewards me pretty well when I do that, so it's been a long-running strategy that I have. Now, I think definitely one issue you're going to see here is these mortars being used against the Midfa cannons that Goemu is making here. He just shipped in about 4 of them from his infinite shipment. You might be asking, why would a card give you like 4 cannons as an infinite shipment? Isn't that a little too much? It actually isn't, because these Midfa cannons are statistically weaker than Falconets, so they're actually a cheaper gun, value-wise, and they also cost less pop space, too. So yeah, they actually are just like a weaker wannabe Falconet, really, if that makes any sense. And they're pulled by camels, to make it more interesting. And a little stinkier, too. Always a little stinkier when you talk about camels. Okay, so we are going to see Navy, too. I see is that a Bagla? No, Sambuks. He's got some Sambuks right now. Oh, that's a Bagla. Is this a Bagla? Oh, so he's going for his heavy boats, his Baglas. Is he getting his own Navy, or... No, not yet. Hasn't even gone around to that yet, unfortunately. Nope. See, that will be one area that I definitely think Eternity is going to suffer a little bit in, is the naval aspect. Dealing with protecting that water will be a little tricky, actually. So we'll have to find out if he can actually do it or not. Yeah. Could be a big issue. $12 skirm shipment. Also, he's getting free Nordenfelt guns. Nordenfelt guns are a unique Swedish organ gun weapon that does multipliers against cavalry, and it has hand armor too. So it's unlike most artillery units you find in AoE 3 because it's actually good at butchering cavalry. Yep, 60% melee armor. It's really good at tanking hussars, cuirassiers. Because see, now in Wars of Liberty, there are other cities that have machine guns like this that do multipliers against cavalry. but they have pierce armor. The Nornfeld's a unique example because it actually has hand armor, so it's actually good for sticking in the front lines and tanking against like melee units and just shredding them down. It's like really powerful. And instead of training them directly, you get them for free over time from this steel mill, which is a annex of the artillery foundry. Sweden is the only civ in the Europeans who gets this concept of something called an annex, which is a secondary building you build on the side of another building. So you have the Rostal here, you got the Torp, you got the steel mill, you could potentially, he has the observatory. They're all just these little mini buildings that have secondary roles that support your civ. You also have the Hoff and the Maypole as well, so you got that. Looks like Goemu, though, has the leg up in the early Navy, and thus he's going to be able to rule the seas pretty easily.
Ja, min herre.
Looks like Idar was starting with his siege boats there, his floating batteries. Unfortunately, though, he's got a bit of an issue, because now he's overwhelmed by multiple vessels. He's going to have to hope that Goemu lays off him a bit, and doesn't try to push into his coastline too quickly, otherwise he could run into some serious issues. Yeah, putting a tower down, great idea. Outposts have anti-ship attacks, so they'll be able to scare these off if they get close. And since at this point it's obvious that Gormistan has his boom, the boom is your siege ship, he could actually long-range attack against his infrastructure here if he gets into this cove. So you might want to put some towers up so he'll focus on these and not on your greater base. If that makes any sense. Often what you can do, too, with your economy is actually stick it down here, because this is farther away from the coast than it actually is in this little inlet here. So for up here, it's fine to have some buildings, but in the long term, you actually want to move down to here, into sort of this area, particularly this stretch, because this is the only area where long-range boats like the Boom and the Floating Battery won't be able to siege from long range. So it's actually a worthwhile consideration for you when you're playing.
Redo!
I can see Idar's coming with a big army of Hussatrupe, Hussars, Skirms, some Bibelengars too. He's also training some Nornfelds here as well, so you do have the option to actually train them if you want. You can train them directly. They cost about 150 wood, 400 coin. So they're actually slightly more expensive than a Falconet. So they're not bad price-wise, especially if you have plenty of wood. I still prefer to get them for free, though, but because that can take a while, you sometimes just have to train them directly to take advantage of them. You just sent the mercenary army, too, of Uhlans and the Livonian Horsejägers. So these are mounted skirmishers, so they have they have the skirmisher tag, actually, so they actually do counter muskets and dragoons. And then you have the Uhlans here, which, you know what a Uhlan is, right? Low HP, high attack cavalry. Now the problem here is that these are not upgraded, so they're actually not that good. Devs should probably look at making sure that they add shadow text to these guys, like the Veteran and Guard upgrade. Make sure that they're competent, but that'll be for a whole nother day. He's picked up guard on his howitzers and his falconets.
Ordra?
Got people spamming my game range now. What's going on today, man? I guess they loved Arena so much yesterday they want me to come back again. Not a bad thing, though, but... How many people they got? Oh, it's just Altair asking for Woloseum. Okay. That's fair. I'm not in the mood for Woloseum right now. The only Colosseum I would consider to, like, abandon my casting duties would be, like, Budokai. And that's a big if. I would have to be in D for some reason for me to wander off and do that. Start sieging the wall down. Yeah. Oh, look at all these free set boys he's got. They're also a console unit, so they do get Zhao teched up the guard too. Okay, so he's got a lot of it. Now let's find out. The skirms and the horse Jaegers can blast through them though. The horse Jaegers, for perspective, do like 170 damage per shot. They are really dangerous. Oh no, they're dead. Looks like the hand cab has been quelled by the line of muskets, the Sepoys here. Now the artillery and skirms are now on the firing line trying to cut through. I know he'll definitely beat this army, Sepoys. My question is, what will he do to the base? Will he get down the Citadel? He's also got his heavy cannons and steel guns. He's using that to actually wipe out his navy as well, which is shooting at him from the coastline. I would pull this one back, because he's going to just shoot it with the naval stuff there. Also, why is he pulling his skirms back? You need the buffer here to protect it from the Jaelchis. However, I guess in a way the Jaelchis will shoot you anyways, because they're the same range of like 22. But really, the Jaelchis could be thought of as like a longbowman, but with rifles. Yeah, they got brutal range. Okay, also you got some Mokalas from the forge. Do you have a forge there? Yep. Got some Mokalas. These were essentially heavy cavalry with a long-range lance. They have a similar melee range as meteor hammers for the Chinese, but instead of countering artillery, they're actually good at fighting heavy infantry. They have 3x against muskets. So they're actually a musket shredding machine, the cavalry. Honestly, the best way to fight them is Sweden isn't even muskets of their own, it's really the Nordfeld guns, or Dragoons, and the multipliers in range. Right now, it looks like the Jaelchi range is really overwhelming here, very powerful, and it's pushing Eternity back to this area here.
Ja, min herre.
Sweden's adding a fort, plus they're picking up land grab to shape in their eco stuff and make them build faster. Also a naval incursion here by Afghans on this side, trying to get into that cove that I was talking about so they can start harassing these buildings. However, Eternity does have some ships left over, obviously be able to fight back. I believe Eternity will win this fight, so has to get rid of this Bagla here. Alright. Gomer pops one vessel, but his will surely go down, I believe. I think it will. Oh, this is how did this... I thought siege ships were supposed to counter heavy ones. How did that happen? I don't know, but... We're still witnessing a battle up here. Eater is not paying attention to his war wagon, and he's running it right into the substance. He's going to lose the fort for free. Now he's dealing with the lethal combo with the Jaelchis and Sepoys. Very, very, very dangerous, yeah. Now you can kind of understand why the devs wanted to get rid of that effect on the Duran line to give it the free Sepoys, because if you didn't have free Sepoys here, in addition to Jaelchis, it would be pretty obvious just to spam the cab and just punish that. But when you add the cab into the mix for free, now suddenly the skirmish spam becomes a real serious danger. You know, it takes a lot of like concentration and planning to do it. Looks like at this point Goemba's just going to keep pushing this position though. He's added Chariks in. Chariks are your Middle Eastern spearmen, so they're going to have some high siege to start cutting down those buildings too. Yeah, it should be interesting. Just returned, I had to take care of something, so I just left it on mute there for a bit. Looks like Afghans definitely have the momentum. They're also an age ahead in the Imperial Age now. Yeah, regulated means guard upgrade, by the way, so he just needs like one more upgrade and then they'll be Imperial.
Sede po kardej.
Büyüme derece rapor.
Tajarjem, čamtujem.
Bale.
Till strid! Anfall!
He just shipped in skirms and he just sent a allotment of custom troop bay to save himself there. One of the cool little tricks you can do is the Swedes is to fold in a allotment. Use this building here to send an allotment of cavalry, and then you can use the Torp to send an allotment of infantry. It's sort of like, you know those big guns from the Native Americans that give you like a ton of units right away? It's kind of like that, but it's infinite. You can keep using it. Except, in the case of the Swedish, they get more and more expensive each time you try to do it. So, early on, there's really good ways to save your base, keep you alive. But as time progresses, it'll just become more cost and effective to do. I mean, you can still do them if you need the units fast, because it comes out like bada bing, bada boom fast, but yeah, pretty much. He saved himself with a combination of using allotments and just a good line of falconets there to push him off. Still, though, Gormistan's way better here, because he's got tons more resources, he's got a fully secured base, he's got naval control of most of the water at this point. I mean, clearly this is a Afghan looking to be victory here. If you want to extend the time even further on the clock, he is probably going to get to the Great War Age and start putting planes down and stuff. That would probably be the next step, I would say, probably.
Sede po kārdei. Ho. Bale.
Ja, klar. Ja. Ja.
Yeah, at this stage, alright, it's got up to professional. These are the Imperial up here on these for sale juice, so now they're like fully amped up. Okay, it's got all the upgrade cards too on them. Now, if he got Advanced Gunsmith, he could have gone Theory of Mael, had even more damage onto him, and plus 2 range. I think, well, it probably should be able to hold off the assault cab with this Nornfell. The question is, can he hold off the It's the real question, yeah. The real question. I mean, it looks like from right here. Yeah, Afghan. As soon as he lays down some gunsmiths and forges, wherever he goes, he's just going to be, like, driving it back further.
جورکرا دریو مدر پام خاغلی
He just picked up the Royal Decree now to up the trickle on his sawmills. The only problem is, once you research it, it pops down your build limited vills to like 50. So, if you lose those villagers, you're kind of toast. You're really screwed. It's like really imperative that you keep your vills alive once you send that Royal Decree in. Otherwise, you got some big problems. It's called Great Transformation, by the way, the technology. It not only improves the wood trickle on the sawmills, it also does it on the factory, too. So if you have your factory still alive and stuff, you can trickle more wood with that. Does he have that trickled onto wood right now? I would hope that he does to take advantage of that, because if not, he's missing out. Right now, it's really just a losing battle here for Eternity. He's training the skirms, shipping the hussars, training the falconets. He's dealing with the guy who's like an age ahead of him with way better economy, imperial upgrades, 50% more stats. This is a losing battle. It's honestly way more one-sided than I thought it was going to be, honestly. Because whenever I do these battles on this map, it's way more complicated than this. I'm honestly surprised that Eternity's struggling so much here on this map, because typically on this map you have so much time to like boom and set your eco up properly and stuff that you could probably be battling here for like an hour or two before you even know who's really winning. And that's a huge thing. But I think it was that combined with Guillermo just choking him on the coastline with the navy and everything, yeah. Probably the quickest match I've seen in this map in a long time, honestly. It looks like it's going to be around 40 minutes or so. Big game, but very small for this map's default time. Yeah, Giselle's just crazy, man. And he doesn't even have Theory of my L on him. The thing you gotta understand, though, is that he sent Gumbayek Massacre or whatever. It actually improves their rate of fire, so they actually shoot quicker than the average Scarab. I believe their rate of fire, is like 2 or something like that. It's not as fast as an alt one, but it might be as fast as that. I don't know. I believe it's just... It might be on par with the Sacred Band Infantry if I had to guess. If I had to guess what it is, if it's a full Sacred Band.
Livet vänder åter.
jeg er klar.
Really living on a thread using those allotments of messenger base to stay alive, yeah. Find out more falconets too. I mean, I'm surprised he's been holding this for this long. That's pretty impressive. But eventually he's just, the no cutouts are just going to break through it. Yeah, because these guys, again, have the long spears and about the same range as like immediate hammers, so they can obviously hit from back here to snipe those cans, no problem. Wow, scary stuff, man. Good match. Let's check out the next one. I'm kind of curious what order they did these maps in. It looks like they did Fjord first. Let me click on the executable again so we can get back in. I did not create a desktop shortcut for this because it's only a temporary directory. But yeah, no. Let's try this one out. Game number 2. Let's see where we're at. Ooh, the Lower Congo. Oh yeah, so this is the map I was telling you about. This is the one that causes headaches. So you got land here, you got a river, you got land here, another river, and then you got land there. So not only do you have to build navy to control this, you got to put military here, and you need a navy over here all at the same time just to beat your opponent on. It's pretty scary. So we got Guamistan as the Portuguese, and we got Eternity as the Chinese. Pretty good civ for this map, honestly. I hope they brought the right civ for the match. If not, it's going to be a little tough. They're going to struggle quite a bit. Honestly, it would be best for you to make a treaty-style deck to play this map. If you don't make a treaty-style deck, you'll probably struggle a lot on it. Another factor to consider, which is something I was trying to see if we could maybe demonstrate here, but maybe not. What if we actually got bomber planes on this map going with Great War Age? It would make crossing this map like a minefield, because then they could hit your ships from above, and yeah, scary stuff. We'll be here for a while on this one, I can tell you already. The thing I'm mostly going to be looking for, though, is how he crosses to here, how he crosses to here, and what happens in the middle area. Or does it get to them? Because I think if you don't at least make it to this side before the other guy does, and you start competing for it, you're already in a bit of trouble, because then he controls all this, and then he's just pounding on you from over there. It's a very interesting map concept that do we have something like this in the 5th edition for the non-standard maps? I don't know. This is a lot more crazy than most maps force you to do, you know? It's very unorthodox without necessarily adding in a bunch of crazy mechanics either. So, China, he has a tree deck for this. He's got the, pretty much all the farming cards. acupuncture, banner school. So he's ready for the treaty-style gameplay here. So he's all set. So he's going to be playing Territorial Army, it looks like. You know, Zangu and Boxer. He's also got Infinite Shipment on the Long Dragons. And, yeah, he's all set for this map. He picked good for it. Whereas Guamu, he's playing it 1v1 water. So he's playing it as a water deck, which is technically right because it's a double water map. You got one water you have to manage, and then you have the second one to manage once you get over there. So picking up some good cards like, what did he get? So he got Infinite Shipment on his battleship, so you can use that. He's got full fishing economy here with the... Well, not full, but he has rendering plant and schooners. So he's got a pretty decent water setup too for that. Martial law to defend his town centers. He even has gold standard and refridge. So this is going to be a pretty close game here. Advance arsenal for the skirmish and everything. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, this would be pretty okay. Big scary tiger claw shipment though. Wonder if that'll be used anywhere. What age did he get? Oh, the burger, so he's got the 440 coin one. That's actually good, because that's really synergetic with Fast Fortress, because he'll have 440 coin from the silver coin crates, and then he'll get 700 from his card. And that way he can just stick onto the hunt, no problem. Alright, putting a town center on this coast, 200 IQ. Because if China, for whatever reason, gets control of this land before you, and wants to cross over to take you out right away, town center says, "Nah, I'm at least protecting my land mass. I'm going to make it nearly impossible for you to cross." Because look at the range, the gap between this. I believe potentially your town center could even shoot at like regular units. They're right on the grass over here. So just imagine how much coverage of this war having a TC here actually does. It covers like a huge circle of this area. I believe even this town center sort of protects that cove, so you can put one here. And yeah, call it a day. I'm assuming Eater is doing... Yep, he got 700 coin. He's also putting in the Fast Fortress. I bet they're both loving the goats that they got as well for food. Herbables, beautiful gather rate. Should allow you to get an easy Fortress Age here. Pretty sure D does not have a map like this. Well, they should add a map like this, though. I think it would actually be a pretty cool concept, honestly. It would kind of force players to really rethink their strategies and make them really balance out their land and water gameplay. I mean, in Wars of Liberty, you could technically cheat it a little bit by getting the Great Warriors and using the aircraft, but you don't have that luxury in Definitive Edition, so you would kind of actually force them to play it the hard way, basically. Yeah. And seeing what Goemistan's doing here with the town center on the coast like that, makes it even harder because you have to somehow get a ship that stays alive long enough just not to get killed by the town center to make it across. And that's assuming they don't have artillery and everything to defend that either. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like he gets the sea captain politician. So now he's got the Aviso in the water. And, of course, he's going to take his third town center, since you get a free town center with every age up is Portuguese, and he's going to put it on this side. So it's got pretty much most of this river already secured by at least one town center shooting at you. The only area that's a little wishy-washy is over here, but you could put some outposts over there and deal with it, no problem. So is he going to get the porcelain tower? Yep, porcelain tower. And I would assume the last wonder he gets would be the Temple of Heaven, right? So he can heal his stuff. Yeah. Yeah, basically because you got so much convoluted land across here, it's pretty obvious you want to go for like a fast industrial age. At the very least. Probably even a fast imperial if you can. Depending on what your civ has, obviously. Just boom, baby, boom. Yeah. Now, I think, from a land perspective, Eternity's got an advantage here because he just got more land economy cards. Gormistan's got a bit of an early lead with fishing and stuff, but once the fish dies off, that dissipates quickly. And on top of that, Gormistan did not include any combat cards related to the naval combat either. So, it's not like his Avisos are going to be any stronger than the default stats. And I think that itself could, be an issue here. If Eternity knows how to play land well here and hold the land and eventually shove his way out, I think we're looking at a really good matchup here for Eternity. Yeah. He's getting his dock now, so he's going to start, maybe trying to get over here. If he can get the trade rune, he can set up some military here. He's in great shape. He'll be fine. Because then you just have to worry about getting over here now. But guess what? Gormistan's coming over right now with artillery, villagers. He's making his great leap onto that landmass now. Alright, so he's got a ton of artillery here. Does he have any other units in, or just artillery? Because artillery is pretty scary, because you need a lot of units to overpower that artillery. Plus he has a few ordinances too. Some of the cheap spearmen that the Portuguese get to defend them. China's gonna come over too. What's he got in his boat? He's got Chukanu, Nien, 2 Long Dragons, and some Zangus. Guemistan should have this in bombard mode right now, because then he could, like, stop in its tracks.
请下命令。
Eater gets the first shot. Brutal. I thought he was going to take off back across the bar because he knows he can't hold. He also has his Ultramarinos too. This will be kind of tough because these are naval skirms. They have multiparts against artillery, so they can actually threaten his long dragons quite a bit. I believe what you can do though is you can use these long dragons on the coast to shoot at these infantry. The only problem, well, actually they outrange the steel guns, so he actually can put them right here and just push them off, kind of like Guemistan doing with his town centers on this side. So he shipped 2 battleships there to try to disrupt his coastline, but that's the thing though, once he puts the hand mortars here, he can start to slowly grind these guys down. So it's only kind of like a permit, it's kind of a temporary distraction. It's all a distraction to allow Guemistan to fortify the middle section here so he can't cross and try to fight up there. It's all a diversion. Of course he knows he can't hold the coastline here with these battleships forever. He's just trying to make it so that he's busy trying to do this and he's not trying to get a counterattack across the pond here to try to reclaim this middle area. Why is he... Okay, he's got more ammo. I was like, okay, are you gonna deal with this eventually? You can just let him destroy your whole base with just a couple battleships. Yeah. Everything will die to hand mortars anyways. If they work the same as in D. Yeah. Basically, the hand mortars are one of the few artillery units that didn't really get reworked in Wars Libya that much, since they kind of already, Basically, what Wars Libya did to mortars in the game was kind of turn all of the artillery units into sort of the hand mortars. So basically, a long-range mortar that also kills artillery very good. So kind of the hand mortars, in a way, were the pioneer for the Barn, Howitzer class artillery in Wars Libya in a sense. So yeah, no, hand mortars definitely really good. There, as you know, when I play arena and stuff, hand mortars are like really good units. It's one of the units that makes the Chinese really tough to deal with, because they can spam a ton of like flying crows and stuff, and then they can back it up with like a huge swarm of hand mortars, and it just takes so much clicking and microing with your culverins just to squeeze out all those little hand mortars. Basically, yeah, see, they take out howitzers pretty easily when they're in good numbers. Pretty solid unit. Ooh, nice, takes that out, very good. They can go on to the tower. Let's see if we can get this howitzer next, yeah. You take out this more next. I think yeah, see, that's the one problem though. The howitzers just have so much damage that they can one-shot your mortars, yeah. I think one thing that they did in the latest Wars of Liberty patch as well was actually adjusting the population costs on the mortars to make them more normal. So I believe the howitzer is a 3-pop unit now, if I understand correctly. Because I don't think it has as much anti-building as it did before or something, yeah. Okay, now he's got a big heavy ship here, he's got a fire ship here too. He can just like hit his dock if he like tries to build a dock here at all. It's like a really bad idea for him, yeah. See if you can micro with those hand mortars pretty well. It's one of them. Good. Yeah, now he has no hand mortars. Yeah, this is a really drawn-out map. Because even if you do, like, dominate the middle section, it takes it so long even to get to the other side to really keep your opponent out either. It's really crazy. Because he went with the Russian consulate, now he has the factory he can use. Oh, that's going to be really tough to overcome once he puts that in. We see Eternity definitely teching into the territorial army for its bear stuff. Okay, so he comes across with some Opal-Shenets and some Latan shields.
重返人间，普度众生。
He denies him the fort. Wow, that's a good play, actually. So, how did he get that fort? Did he get it through, like, the regular fort card or through... Oh, he has craftsmentation, though, so he could actually send that in to get another fort and give himself the ability to rebuild forts as well as needed. Quite good. So this middle section is definitely being contested right now, and it looks like China's actually making some pretty big breakthroughs, at least in army numbers. So he's got a ton of spearmen, ton of skirms, he's got some rattan shields still, he's got cannon there. Looking like Eternity is potentially pushing him out of this area, because where are his factories? Factories are back home, right? Yep. Yeah, see, that would have been a big risk if he put his factories here, because imagine Eternity sieging those would be so devastating. So he did actually have to keep them on his original land piece. Which, I guess the negative side is you don't have heavy cannons to reinforce this area right away. You just have to sort of build them here and then somehow send them across. But I don't think at this point that matters anymore, since this is dying pretty quickly here for Gormistan. Eater is clearly pushing now a whole section of this area pretty easily. And I think from there what's going to happen is Eternity's going to clear this out. He's going to get some bills here. He's going to put down some war academies, possibly a couple castles. He's going to go for sort of like a mixture of territorial army and hand mortar. Yeah. Oh, he's got the Evil Shell. That's an advanced arsenal technology for Europe now. What it does, it gives artillery +2 range. So now these heavy cannons will have 30 range, and then the mortars will have +2 range than what they already do. So it's actually a really valuable card. I would say any card or technology that gives you more range on your artillery, top notch. Because artillery already does a ton of damage, adding more range on it to hit things from even farther away. Allows it to essentially avoid being put in check by things like dragoons, hand cavalry easier, since it can stand from more defensible positions. And it even allows them to micro better against other sort of culverin type cannons like the other cultures' mortars. You got a fort right here on the coast. This is going to be really tough for Eternity to overcome because he is going to get this fort down. Unless he's like Speed Gonzalez and gets a dock here. Wait a minute, he couldn't even do that, no. He would not have enough time to like build a fort with like 20 bills, train out a ship, and then cross over there. So that's definitely going to be a fort there. And that was Castamentation, right? Yeah. So right now, he can actually build 3 forts with his Explorer. Yeah, because they made the change in one of the previous versions where these fort cards do actually give you a +1 build limit on your fort, just like in the 5th edition, how that works. So it's not 2 forts Eternity has to deal with. 3 of them. 3 forts. And at this stage, if you're Portuguese, what you probably want to do, just boom out the rest of your bills if you haven't already. Start going towards Imperial Age, start going towards Great War Age, build some like aircraft, and start going right over there and start bombing his navy and his buildings and stuff. But that's the thing though, because the land is so closely knit together, you actually need to go out of your way to put space just to get an airfield down, not to mention other supply depots and oil rigs just to fuel the oil gasoline for those aircrafts. Fencing school. It's got fencing school. That's a pretty big includes for Portuguese decks, and it's really the infantry that the Portuguese rely on the most. Cazadors, line infantry, and I guess artillerinos as well. He's gonna try to fight for this land here, but Eternity is already consolidated though, so now he's gonna have to put in a lot of investment and a lot of troops to get this back. Because Ito already has 2 war academies, he's got the castle, he's got a big army of territorial banner stuff, so he's got the boxes, Zangus, multiple long dragons, multiple landlords, he's got a lot. Now if Ito gets caught by surprise, that could be a bit of an issue. Pretty good there. Understand, he got a lot done. Still has some troops here, and he's gonna try to build stuff further back into the sidelines there. I think first thing you need to do is kill these regular troops. Then you gotta micro this hand mortar onto these steel guns here. Okay, hand mortar's gonna have to do some work here now. Oh, yeah, some Witzers there too. Does he have any boats here he could board up? Yeah, he's gonna have to. If he can board a big army of air units over here and just run these guys down, that would probably solve the problem very quickly. Yeah. he's got more Amors. He's gonna be able to deploy him right now. Oh, it turned against the Imperial first. Solid. He's also picking up Russian Expeditionary Force. He's got 20 Syrians and about 10 Mussorgskis. So 10 Cossacks and 20 Austrians. Yeah. Yeah, that's the funny thing about this. These guys actually don't even cost population anymore, so since they're sort of like an explorer's dog now. It also means they're a lot weaker, though, too. But honestly, it's pretty okay, since, again, they don't cost any population space, so you can stack them pretty easily. Because I thought they were going to honestly keep the original consulate unit there with his old stats, but now they just created into the new explorer dog rule, which is kind of funny, yeah. It depends. Can he get those Cossacks and Sibiakis over to the artillery or not? He's trying now. Plus he's got another army over here. I think China's actually in a better position here. He's gonna have more war cabins here. See, he has at this point like enough food corn to keep doing his territorial bear armies forever and ever. So he's actually in pretty good shape. And I think the reason why he went the territorial army route was mainly because he knew that eventually he would run out of trees here. So he decided to go with the weaker banner army. Because if you didn't know, Chinese can get the industrial age card for their old Han army that makes them like really amped up. But in this case, I think he was thinking long term, once they run out of trees, I don't think the German consulate wood trickle combined with the factory would be enough to uphold it. Pretty much, yeah. Looks like Eternity holds this area good. Now Eternity's getting ready for amphibious assault over here too. Ooh, wait a second. He actually used those hand mortars to take out the fort in mass. Not bad. And he actually cleared out the TCs. He's able to clear out the TCs as well. That's one thing I did not consider. Spamming hand mortars to take out forts and town centers, allowing for an easier amphibious push. Also, are Koreans good on non-war maps? Civ seems fun. Koreans are an awesome Civ. Thanks for bringing that up, the Koreans. I would say Koreans back before they did the nerf to the Grand Palace was probably one of the best Civs in the game. Now that they controlled sort of the Grand Palace a little bit, they're still probably an S tier Civ because they have such a good, competent military and, you know, decent economy and stuff. Now the Koreans even today are probably still an S tier Civ. They're just not the best Civ anymore, but you know they could totally be considered either S tier or worst case scenario like top A tier. Yeah, not Koreans are good. They got really cool units. They got like fire lancers, their own version of longbowmen. They got watches, lots of fun artillery units. No, you should definitely give Koreans a try if you like Asian gameplay style. They kind of play, I don't know how to describe them. They kind of play archer and spearman based, kind of like the Chinese, but their units are actually a lot better. Especially when you add the card that gives their spearman like once a month. Ooh, plus he gets Great War Age too. See, this is what I told you was going to happen. He was going to get the Great War Age, and then once he does that, essentially at that point, he can start running aircraft, start getting bomber planes and stuff. Yep. Plus, yeah, the Portuguese consul to get the ironclad too. Move even more. Oh, but he shot the ironclad before he could board more guys onto it. So is he calling the troops back to retreat him, or? Oh no, yeah, more. I mean, he could retreat and just bomb him into oblivion with the aircraft. That is an option, by the way. Since this is a small land piece, you could actually just run a Zeppelin over him and just like gas his entire population with mustard gas. Yeah, you need the convention violations. He is going to get the trucks going now, though. The question is, will we see aircraft there or not? I kind of hope that we will. That's kind of what I was going for with this map pool. What are the best hits in the mod right now? I think right now, it's probably Saudi Arabia. Like, so scary with some of their builds, and they really had to regulate what strategies people were allowed to use with them. Yeah, Saudi Arabians are probably the strongest civ in the mod right now, by far. Saudi Arabians. But other civs that are kind of top brass as well. Germans, Ottomans, Zulu, Japanese, I think, French is often said to be an S. Uruguay, I think, potentially is up there as well. What other ones? If you're thinking like turtle-wise, Ethiopia's probably S tier. Same with Mexico. So there's quite a few of them. For Rust players, I think Rust players agree Hades and S tier civ, but some people like Cap disagree and stuff. Okay, so now he's getting the oil rigs, right? Yep. So, in order to get like more advanced machinery from World War I, you need oil to do that. So you have to build these oil rigs and these oil refineries. You can have up to 5 of them, but you have to build them far apart from each other too. So that's another thing that makes this map kind of annoying. You have to go out of your way to try to place these oil rigs properly. Yeah, I think he's just going to get an airfield, right? Once he gets the oil rigs up, right? Because technically he could just sit back and hit him with aircraft right now. He doesn't even really need to do much. He doesn't even need to do much. He could just get the aircraft going, honestly. Let's see if he gets an airfield up here or not. Just board his units to the middle part, and he's gonna start putting up some stuff over here too. Alright, so will we see an airfield anywhere? Okay, yep, here it is. Here's the airfield. Expect a Zeppelin right away or a bomber plane to start lobbing him over here. Because here's the one caveat that makes Great War Age great in a 1v1 like this. Once you get to Great War Age and your opponent is not there yet, they have no answer to aircraft. There's nothing in Imperial Age they can use to shoot at your aircraft. It's too far into the sky for them to shoot at that. So, if you're in Great War Age and they're not, aircraft is the one thing that is absolutely not fatal to them, but it's the one factor that they're going to constantly be dealing with is aircraft. Yeah. So you do need to get up to Great War Age yourself if you want to, get your aircraft or whatever, basically. Dude didn't even see the first airplane yet, he just quits. What a scrub. He wanted to see aircraft, man. Face your punishment, dude. Don't resign like that. Could have saw a cool aircraft battle here, man. Why did you deny it? Why did you reject us seeing that? Would have been really cool to witness, yeah. Oh yeah, tell me about it, man. Big time. Crazy. Well, whatever. We'll continue then. Let's go to the next match now. Let me boot up here. I wonder which one we're on now, though. Is it Asen, Winter Wonderland, or Galapagos? Those are the other 3 maps I gave him access to do. Gormistan is Afghans again, since I let people use millisieves twice, but Eternity's also going to use Afghans. Afghans on this map as a mirror is going to be a really fascinating matchup. Yeah. Essentially, this map is like this big island in Latin America, but you have these protrusions, these land bridges that go onto a little mini island that you start on. So, yep, it's both a land and a water map at the same time. It's pretty fascinating. You also get these weird, sometimes, like, tiny islands in the middle of the map as well that you can land on and stuff, but it looks like this loadout didn't have them. I played this map like a million times with people, and they just love it, so I figured I'd let them try it out here. You also have natives here, too. You have some Jesuit natives to utilize, so if you want to use that, you can get conquistadors.
سلام معمار
Eternity just walls him in. Oh, that's good, actually. That's awesome. Parahomius. Oh, good deck. Alright, so Eternity has some pretty good stuff. So he's got Tobia, the cheap and the Madrasa text. Poetry, Hadith for wood. It's got some good naval cards, including upgrades. Naval gunners, offshore support for more range. Naval combat. Alright, so he's actually could fight pretty well in water if he has to. Glomer's just running the same water deck he had before, I guess, yeah. Now, I think in this situation, as long as Eternity gets Navy early, techs up, he's probably going to do much better in this naval engagement than he did in the one on the Fojord map, probably. Just because he's got the better array of cards at his disposal.
Čamtujem.
One thing I always find interesting on this map is sometimes you overcommit onto the middle island, sometimes you don't commit enough. When you do either, it usually results in fatality. Yeah. One thing I found that you can often do on this map is actually to do what Eternity's doing and try to put up a forward position right at the base of your enemy's land bridge. But if you don't secure it enough and you can't hold it, it can also detract, and your opponent can break through with like a ton of vills and stuff and turn it around, so you do need to be a little careful of it, basically, yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, I guess the one thing Goemistan is using again is the double Madrasa setup, where he's teching multiple Madrasa techs at the same time, thanks to Nada, giving him the +1/1. Goemistan's going to defend with 3 Midfacans, which is a great move. Plus, it's going to get some more free dual traps from that red Madrasa tech that he's getting. About 4 of them to be exact. So that combined with Can should be able to push these Sailors back. And Eternity knows it, so he will retreat behind his wall there. If you could snare him with the dual tabs, he could give himself an open to get like 1 or 2 cannon hits like that. That's beautiful. And now he's gonna just bust through the wall now. But at this stage, he's got a defensive position here. So I think what Eternity does, he decides what his next step's gonna be. He's got the Dezelches here, but he's gonna need Forge to counter artillery. Or Foundry to do mortars, probably. He's trying to get some Cadespas to fight the cans, but he might not get out in time. He's gonna add his dual tabs into the siege of the flip to get a batch out. He'll get his batch out. In melee, these Cadespas will also help against the dual tabs too, since they're a maneuver unit. Eternity loses the position still because his mortars. Where's his mortars at? Didn't he have mortars somewhere?
آماده.
Oh, right here. Yeah, he shipped them in, right? Eek. Still has his citadel though. That's good.
زرتابيم
As long as you have your
أو
citadel, you're fine. I think losing a citadel would be kind of a serious situation, but anything other than that, yeah. He branches off the dual tab to stand. I think the ultimate room is these scout units. Scout units are the problem. If he tries to go after these with the mortars, he still has to do it with the scout units. He might still have to pull back behind the citadel and use it as a defensive wall. I see he's also trying to pull in Sarbaza now. Probably gonna want the vet upgrade on that too, I would imagine. He doesn't even have any upgrades on his Zelchis. Kind of a crazy pickle he's in.
Vale.
Salam. Zawoskasham.
It's also good that Eternity's picking up his blue Madrasa texts because these are the ones that give you the free bills. So that'll help him to catch up a bit more quickly. Because unfortunately, Gormistan is already up to Industrial Age, which means polygamy, Duran line, or things to be worried about. But it looks like here, instead, Gormistan thinks he can nip it in the bud and kill him right away. So he gets the big Dualtlab shipment, and he gets the big Ardali shipment. He also gets his Dualtlabs up to guard upgrade. He's just going to beat him out now. Oh, here. Oh no. Oh, that's too bad. You should have put behind. Put behind, it would have been alright, but at least he's got the build limit up. So if he wants to build it back later, he can, I guess. Okay, he turns up to Industrial Age now. He's got the big Zelchu shipment in. This is a beautiful timing attack and push by Gormistan, by the way. Yeah, China is definitely an S tier Sid, though. For sure. Afghans are also an S tier Sid, actually. No, the Afghans are actually... I kind of forgot to mention how good the Afghans were. Yeah, no, the Afghans are pretty much an S tier Civ, too. Because they have the really strong, fast industrial build like this. Once they get to Industrial Age, they can, like, swamp you very quickly. I think even though they did like get rid of the effect on the Duran line, I think it still makes Afghans pretty. Afghans are still good, you know. Because I think Afghans are one of the few civs that suffered the least from the change in the Madrasa tanks and the scaling back of the long-term bonuses. Obviously, because the blue and red ones really weren't affected by that patch, so they're kind of playing on a similar playing level. The only thing they lost was like extra coin on their forge pushes the coin. Like, who cares? It doesn't do anything. So yeah, no, Afghan's kind of on a similar playing level just without the free support. Yeah. It's totally fine, I guess. I mean, that just means they'll just stick with Russians and just not have support then. Because they'll stick with the Russian consulate, the Russian royal court, just because they upgrade my troops' HP. And that to me matters a lot more. I could try working with the domestic Afghan courtiers too that ups the stats on your Maliks, especially since you can get more of them now. That's another idea. Could lead to some formidable strategies there, but who knows. I think now he just fortifies the little island and sees if he can survive. But, oh no, his moor's over here though, that's even worse. So now he's gonna be separated from his main base and he's gonna have to hope that he doesn't come this way looking for him.
Askar rapor!
Yeah, he's gonna lose that whole basal position and then those mortars by extension. Best thing he could do is try to sneak him out, maybe.
Ukmuna.
With the little Sabazin he's got. If he goes along the coastline here, he might be able to sneak out those mortars and get them to the base where he actually needs them to deal with the Midvas. Because if he tries to fight him here, well, Tlabs and even the Ardawis will just charge him in melee. Just wipe them clean. Because what Ardawis are is they're actually a Afghan Highlander unit. So if you notice here right away, they kind of look like Highlanders. They have the kilt and the red coat and stuff that the Highlanders do. So what they do is they have a charge range attack. So it's a one-time gun attack it does, and then it just pulls its band out and just runs after you in like a melee. So it's really a halberdier with a gun, sort of. Kind of like how the Trabants and even the Swiss Guards with the advanced sort of Basilica thing in D have the pistol attack where they shoot the pistol and then they come after you with the spear. That's exactly how our Dalis work, but they do it with the bayonet instead of a halberd, basically. Really good against cavalry, really good against anything they can get into melee with. And then, of course, that charge range attack does give them a bit of versatility and flexibility as well. Also, Gormistan picks up his infinite shipment of chakrams. He's got some siege chakrams here, too. He's in very good shape now. Because the chakrams in Wars of Liberty are actually even better than they are in E, because they have like a full infantry multiplier instead of just a heavy infantry one. Making them astronomically better against non-musket things like, say, skirms, abiscards, those sort of things. So it's very helpful for them to have that multiplier.
Askar rapor. Khagale.
Dejvoren eller mannen.
Yeah, at this stage, I don't see Eternity holding this off for very long. Because once the chakrams and the Midlands get into their bombarded attack, they're going to be very lethal here. He's trying his best with Sabazin, which is going to be alright, but yeah. They're not even guard upgrade, they're just organized guard upgrade. I think he does hold off the wall to labs, but he doesn't do much else. He's got the mid-shipment, right? Yeah. For there.
Завод спешил.
Good match overall. Yeah, Gormistan's pretty consistent there with the Afghans, I would say, for sure. Let's go on to the next one now. So, let's see if we're going to... I think this will be Winter Wonderland. If not, it'll be Galapagos. So it'll be Eternity versus Gormistan M4. Which map is it? Is it... Oh, okay, so it's Winter Wonderland. Now, do these guys know how to play this map? Because right away in the middle of the map, you got this Christmas tree with a bunch of presents around it. What you do is you have to grab the presents that could contain food, wood, or coin, and ideally try to grab them before your opponent does. So Eternity knows how this map works. He's gonna grab the presents all by himself. Gormistan's gonna... Okay, so he knows about the presents over here. He's got some gold ones there. He's got some food ones there. He's got some wood ones there. But Eternity got the Christmas tree, though. And since he's got Courrier de Bois, they're gonna gather it even faster than a Standardville. So, I think in that sense, Eternity's probably in pretty good shape. Just saying. Oh, food presents there for Eternity if you can find them. Look at the score gap though, because Eternity got the crisp. It's like a 13 score gap, which this early is really scary. Now, when somebody's got that kind of a score gap this early in the game, that's honestly fear-inducing. I think Persia's hose now, Caps. Oh, this flame map. That Vertigo guy played on this one against me. Vertigo. Vertigo. Vertigo. Not Vertigo. Hopefully, imagine if Ringo did have Vertigo. That would be pretty bad, man. I actually have a family member that has Vertigo. It's actually a pretty, scary condition. Because you try to walk in a room and the room starts spinning and stuff and you can't, like, walk or balance and your vestibular sense fails you. Yeah, no, Vertigo is pretty scary, actually, from what I heard from family member that actually has it. Vertigo.
Prêt.
Hi.
Score gap is still about 8. Branches of spamming Hussars with Grenadiers. Double stable Hussar with Grenadier. Granted, he got so many presents he could probably do that, but yeah, that's a huge resource investment there.
Oui.
Hopefully he can make some good on it. He does have a food present here if you could grab it. Is there any presents around here you could get maybe? Let's get the coin one over there too, yeah.
これ以上戦うは正気の沙汰ではありませぬぞ。
Prêt. Votre ordre.
Yeah, if you can afford a Grenadier Hussar, can be a great combination since Grenadiers on their own are a pretty well-rounded unit, and then the Hussars get them a lot of support against things that threaten them a lot, like skirms and even hand cavalry. Because the thing is, Grenadiers now have been reworked in this mod to work a bit differently than they do in D. Instead of just being an explosive throwing unit, here they're actually just like kind of clones of the muskets, be it with slightly different stats, like
Prêt. Votre ordre.
pierce armor, slightly less range attack.
Votre ordre. Oui.
But what they do, guys, they got a longer siege range, which can help against buildings. Plus, they get a charge attack with the grenade throw, so do that. It does splash damage. It even has a little anti-infantry multipliers too, so it's honestly pretty good.
Votre ordre?
At this point, Gwen moves first into a defensive position where Eternity can just build military, pick up his Falconet shipment, and probably get his Varen upgrades on these units when he can afford them. He's got those waves as well. Chaucer shipment, Courtisair shipment, Mamluks. He's in pretty good shape right now, honestly. think definitely adding its waves is going to be a great finisher, since these assault units have a really good movement speed, plus multipliers against infantry, so they're actually really good at fighting infantry as well. Already doing about 49 damage to, actually no, they do about 54 damage per hit there at the start, and then once you go to further ages, then they do even more damage to infantry. Yeah, Gormistan at this point, resource-wise, can't... Well, he's got resources for it. I think he just gave up, though. Because he knows he's dealing with stronger units, maybe. Probably. Anyways, how do you feel about Iran? I think they were okay, but now without trickles, don't see a point. See, that's the thing. I think they really screwed up with some of those decisions. Also with the Uzbeks, too. The Uzbeks relied on the improved fattening rate on their Karakul sheep through the yellow text. So if they... did they get rid of the trickles from Iran? I don't know if they did. Let me look real quick. No, I wouldn't be able to tell on this version. Let me open up the real version. I want to look at that right now. I hope they didn't remove that as part of their wonderful little plan there. Because that was like their major civ bonus. Now they basically just broke the civ into a useless, turd. Basically. It's a turd civ now. It's like, plus they had the blue ones that gave them the trickles at the church, I hope they didn't screw that up.
چه کار؟ اطاعت میسازم.
Oh god, yeah, no, this Civ is actually horrible now. they killed the Civ. It's dead. Oh, I get a free priest. Oh my god, that's so good. I got a free priest. Oh no, they killed the Civ. That's really tragic, man.
No. Wasting your resources on bells and whistles,
I think Iran, they destroyed the Civ. Well, the thing is, they killed that Civ. They're gonna have to, they're gonna have to come up with way better, I don't know how they're gonna make up for that now. Like, they're gonna have to come up with some crazy ideas there to... Well, the thing is, though, you got civs like Europe, who also ages up and gets bonuses. Their bonuses are way better than that. I'm serious, like, it makes Middle East age-ups actually worse than any other civ in the game, any other culture in the game. Balkans have better age-ups, Europe has better age-ups, Asia, Latin America, Africa. No, I mean, this is devastatingly bad. This is really, really bad what they just did to them. I don't know. They needed to scale up the short-term rewards, though, if they were going to do that. They did it with some of them. The only civ that's kind of safe here is, like, Afghans and Saudis, probably. Iran is dead. The thing is, though, Uzbeks, their bonuses were actually trash anyways, so Uzbeks were actually kind of, in a weird way, Uzbeks were actually not even affected, because I don't believe the fattening text for the Yellow Cross even worked on them anyhow, so in a weird way, Uzbeks are actually better now, because now their archers are better and a few other things, so. In a messed up way, Uzbeks are now looking a little bit better in the Middle East. They might even be better than Iran right now. Conceivably, yeah. Totally. Yeah. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I don't know what Iran's going to do. I mean, they're still Iran is still playable, but they definitely went down a few... They definitely went down a few pegs in the tier list. I think that's what we can say for sure, is they definitely went down. I don't think they're as bad as Bolivia. I could not say that Iran is as bad as Bolivia. Because look what they did with Bolivia. They just gave them a really good improvement. They gave them a really good improvement, and they still were just really bad. So I think Iran, even without their trickles, probably still better than that, but nowhere near where they were before, really. Because that was the whole idea of Iran, was you get harem photography, cycle through the yellow text, and then work your way into other things. Like, what do you do now exactly? Like, what's the point? What's the use? It also devalues all of the Moss cards that people ran in their decks. Like, they basically, how do I word this? What did they do with Iran? I don't know how to describe it. It's not good. Yeah. Well, anyways, here we are. It's this is Galapagos, by the way. This is the island map that I put into it. Sometimes they do appear on the same island, but this generation looks like they showed up on separate islands, so they're going to have a bit of a problem here with that. I believe there are natives. There's pirate natives here. The pirate natives, well, give you pirates, of course, which is anti-cav. They also have some decent text and coin-to-coin trickle and stuff, and improved build limit on Navy and everything, so they're pretty good. It's actually not a bad map, really. There's a lot of fish on it and stuff. You got some hunts like the crabs and the iguanas that you can eat too, which is pretty neat.
Yes?
Guamo's Australia, and Eternity is Peru. Well, it looks like he's just going to play Varengo style here, or Vertigo, as you called him, Vertigo. Juanita Vertigo. Vertigo. Yeah. Alright, so what the main point going Peru here is you get Guanera, you get free turret ships, and then you run those turret ships into your enemy's island there and harass them like crazy. He even has other cards. He has naval combat. He's got the shipments for the boats. Wow. Manco Capec y Atahualpa. Why does he have this, though? That one's a little weird. Yeah. I don't know why he's got that one, though. I'm assuming he goes Japanese immigrants. Oh no, Chinese. That's fine too. Helps him out with the natural resource eco. But this is the thing, though, you gotta realize. Australia has one of the best fishing economies in the game because they get the most fishing cards. They get fish market, whale oil, and then the rendering plant like most civs do. And on top of that, they get blue arena fish traps, which improves fishing and whaling even more. And then they get Coral Sea, which is a coin trickle card. It also improves their whaling by the same amount as whale oil. So essentially, you got 2 extra fishing cards, which completely revolutionizes them as a water civ, making them very, very formidable on water. It's quite powerful.
Yes. Ready.
Patria.
Looks like it's maintained some good pressure against Peru, but unfortunately Peru is in the Fortress Age now. He's gonna probably ship in his Guanera if he hasn't already. Yep, there's his Guanera. It's right here. He's gonna get the free turret ships and then he's gonna harass Guaymasan's base. And he's also shipped in about 8 Juanitas Bonitas here to defend his base. These are Latin American skirms. They have lesser stats than standard skirms, but they can heal units, making them, a better unit to sort of add as a support unit if you can, but they'll obviously do okay as skirms as well if you need them.
Fuerzas regresaron.
Oh, and he also has Peru-Bolivian Confederation, so he could get some Illimani from Bolivia at his lightships. Those would be anti-skirms, and they would actually counter these bush rangers perfectly with their anti-skirmisher multipliers.
Sí, capitán.
And since they're in Avia, they do not cost population even if they have a big one, so be able to field like 15 or so of them, which could be pretty decent. Looks like what he goes for, though, is a Carapintada battalion from his Chinese immigrant colony. These are like consulates variants of the step riders from D's China, so they have multipliers against rooms. They can take them against bush rangers, but they'll struggle a lot with the spawntours.
Fijando rumbo. Sí, capitán. Sus órdenes, capitán.
Capitán.
Yeah, once the turret ships show up, basically Guam will have to retreat.
Aquí, primer oficial.
But right now he's got corvettes, he's got
Done.
the frigates, and he's got
Sus
the
órdenes,
turret
capitán.
ships. And then he can send out bombarders and industrial age and have even more
Aquí,
ships as
primer
well.
oficial.
Capitán.
Sus órdenes, capitán.
Sus órdenes, capitán.
Right now, with this stage, Eternity basically rules the seas. But Gormistan can still turtle pretty well with the Whitworths, which have a pretty decent range on them, so we'll rely on that mostly. Using the Corman. These are essentially muskets that have a range multiplier against scout units. So kind of the opposite of the riflemen that have a multiplier against assault units in range. They have a range multiplier against scout units in range, making them a little bit different, and particularly good against hussars rather than cuirassiers. Looks like Guamu's pushing him pretty hard on land now, though. Yeah. How about Eater Wiz again? Let's get some more Calipantados. Looks like his navy's also working pretty well here to clean up it. Oh, he kills his arts. Oh man! Plus he has a Condon White there to fight his Grieve Can to fight his artillery too. So Eternity effectively protects his base by just hurtling up with his navy and calling out his Carapatas there to push him out. And he's an industrialite, so he's got like the fully maxed out battalion of them. Bit of a pretty good step.
Mis fuerzas regresaron.
Alright, killed his military. Yeah, Gueva would have to make a whole new set of army now. So try to make some black leaves to counter his navy with. Yep.
Yes? Ready.
That was definitely something, yeah. Good series. Eternity wins 3-2. Very, very good. So that means Eternity now has more points in the Liga than Guemistan does. That we have another series to look at from a previous week. Fufi versus James in place of Verlecki. So let's look at that one too, and then we can probably do some gameplay the rest of the day. Let me see what they're called though. Fufi versus James. These ones. Let's look at these ones now. Oh, Dinarades, yeah, this map. This must be an old game. I think this was from like week 4 or 5 or something, right? Yeah, maybe week 6. So it's gonna be Fufi as Zulu and James as British. Classic Zulu versus British Rorke's Drift. Yeah, they killed the Middle East culture effectively, and what made them good and fascinating. All because of one faulty... I think they couldn't rationalize in their minds if having Iran have anything other than extra Minutemen at the Madrasa Tech, and they kind of went into a frenzy over that, and they were like, ugh, like that. All they had to do was give them something really dumb, like 3% stats to like Junbaz or something like that. It would have been fine, and they wouldn't have had to basically rewrite every other civ in the... No, but that's the thing though, like, of the two civs that really depend on their madrasas, long-term effects, Afghans and Iran. Afghans got to keep their stuff pretty much, and then Iran kind of took the boot. Uzbeks really didn't need those effects that much, so they kind of, and as I said, one of them wasn't even working anyway, so they're kind of, point range, and then, Saudis, same thing. It's like, provided they adjust the menu numbers as needed, and, shouldn't have any issues either, so it was really just Iran that took the blow there. I think they'll probably have to go back and consider adding that thing in they talked about back in the day of giving Iran these factories that could trickle multiple resources at the same time. Because that was something that they were talking about in the original Iran design back in 2016, 2017. They were supposed to be able to build trade sockets on the trade route. They would actually be able to build, how you have like trading post areas on the route? They'd actually be able to build more of them and then put the trading posts on them. Scary, isn't that? Yeah, no. And then they had this idea of like factories trickling multiple resources. They'll probably need to consider giving Iran one of those bonuses then, just to make it work for them. Yeah. Because I think, Afghans right now are not really phased very much since they really didn't get affected by it at all. And then the Uzbek and Saudi bonuses were so negligible that they probably aren't really changing much either. If anything, Saudi's Mushadeen build is probably better now because now they get more units with the red tech, so they probably actually got a bit of a bump up more than they already are, and they're already pretty scary as it is, yeah. Alright, so what merits does Brick get? He gets, Prince of Orange. I think multiple people have argued that that's, like, the best one to get. Yeah, that's all they had to do was just remove the Jihad card from the Civ, but I think they had this mental thing in their brain where they didn't want to, like, remove Jihad from a Civ that actually had a Civ bonus related to the Iljari. They thought that it might have looked kind of awkward and raised other eyebrows, so I don't know. They thought, let's just have a slightly better, Jihad than everybody else as a Civ bonus, which doesn't really matter very much, Turns out, that's kind of the main problem with Iran. It's just the Civ bonus of having extra Iljari per batch at each Mahalla is just a horrible, horrible Civ bonus that only gets used like once in the entire game now. So they definitely took care of that, but now Iran has like no Civ bonuses except the extra courtiers. That's about it. And the little tidbit thing too, when they upgrade a unit, it gets trained slightly faster. That's all they got. It's really 2 Civ bonuses, and both of them do not work right away. So yeah, no, Iran is like an actually pretty bad Civ now because they have like no Civ bonuses to fall back on at all for like anything. They got 2 Civ bonuses that survived that you can't even really capitalize on until at least like mid-age 2 at best with the courtiers one, Well, you could actually use both of them in age 2, but you have to invest a lot into them because you have to have a lot of coin to send courtiers that early, especially to cap on using multiple ones. And then for the Mahala one, you need to spend like 2,000 wood to get all the Mahalas just to utilize, 10 extra Iljari with the Minuteman batch. That's just too messed up. Like, they need to fix that pronto and come up with something there.
Regiments on foot reporting.
I think that whatever those factories were called in the old days that they were going to give them that could trickle all the resources that they could get throughout the game, that would be great. If they want to do something with that trade route thing, try something like that, then they should be fine. But until they do some really serious reworking with Iran, they're kind of really messed up. Yeah, because that's how that idea of having the resource trickles with Iran actually started. This was that factory idea I was talking about, and then eventually they got rid of that and they replaced it with the trickles at the madrasa, because they wanted Iran to sort of be a trickle-friendly civ. So that's what they did. But now that they lost their main trickles, they kind of lost one of their primary functions as a civ. Kind of the most bland civ, bonus-wise, in the entire thing. Because one is like, having an extra Minuteman at each Mahal is like such a horrible civ bonus. It's like such a disgusting one to even call it. It's not even really a civ bonus, really. It's like cringe. Because even in the busted state of Iran, at least the civ bonus then made more sense. Because you could send the batches again and again, so that the civ bonus actually, did something. It actually did something good. It's a little too good, but good. But now, it actually makes it so that the only real civ bonus Iran gets is the upgrade one that I talked about, and then the courtiers one. The rest of it is just a laughable joke, basically. Yeah, pretty much. They're like really, really basic now. And in general, I would say on average, Wars of Liberty civs, whether they're Europeans, Latin Americans, you name it, usually are not that bland civ design-wise to fall into that sort of pitfall, So they're going to need some compensation from the design
Rifles at the ready
to make that work for them. So right now we're witnessing some good pressure by Fufi. It's going Bowman Spearman. Yep. See, with Zulu, what makes them pretty strong is they don't even have to do military builds. They get these children called youths, and then they mature them into individual soldiers. Yeah. And they mature like really fast. So kind of think like Russian infantry training level fast. So yeah, no, it's like a really efficient, quick-to-go deployable military system to use. And when they do it well, it's like this. They can really overwhelm whoever they're attacking and just swarm them out like that. It's actually pretty solid. I think in general, though, Zulu in this matchup has the momentum. Again, back on the subject. See, typically when you let Zulu get the trade route, it's pretty fatal for you right away. Yeah. The thing I find fascinating, though, is he didn't even have the Rhodes Colossus card to make it cheaper for him, and he still pulled it off. Yeah. 150 XP. Ancient Roman Mosaic of Iphis. Oh, wow. That means he's going to get another shipment. He's going to probably get this coin. Yeah. How's he doing with the Okay, so he has research and library text, too. Awesome. He could wing it and get Ascaris. That's another option, too, at this rate. Because, honestly, right now, he probably doesn't even need that 700 coin to eke out those other library techs, yeah. Can you show Zulu deck later? I want to try them, I think. I could show you right after this game, since it'll be over in a minute or two. I could absolutely show you my Zulu deck. The main principle you want to focus on is resource crates, villagers, military units. They do have upgrades, but they don't have a whole lot of them, and some of them are kind of whatevers. The main ones you want to focus on are the ones related to their skirms, but they do have a good one for their artillery, too. Oh, and they get stick fighting, too. This one here for the melee attacks. Yeah, that one. This one's kind of optional. If you like archers, this one's great. That's +1 onto the archers. And it also allows it so archers generate more XP when they're trained. So if you're like an archer spammer person, that can be a really good synergy. Ah, cool. Alright, let's go to the next one. Actually, no, you want to look at my Zulu deck, right? Let me show you real quick what my Zulu deck looks like. It's pretty neat civ, so you'll probably be real interested in what to put for it. So for Zulu, this is how you set yourself up. You find this. I don't think I built the deck yet. This is the default one by Alucard, but I'll just create one real quick to show you how to do it. So if I was building a Zulu deck, I would start with 3 villagers. Basic idea. I can include all the resource crates, typically. You can do whatever you want, but I like having all 6 of them, personally. So if I need them, I have them, and then you want a ton of, like, unit shipments. You also want stick combat as well, though. I like to include this one too, yeah. And then for other stuff you want to consider, you probably, I'm trying to think here. Because I can't quite remember how I normally set up, but you definitely want the Scary shipment here. This you definitely want because this will allow you to get free spice dolls from your bazaars. This is one of the upgrades I was talking about, Red Fez. 20% stats on the Scary, it's a good grab. And then for the German side, you can pick up Togoland Campaign. Adds 20% HP on the cans plus movement speed, it's pretty nice. And then, Schutztruppen. More multipliers onto it. Scary. You probably want this for Industrial Aid since these are just really good units. For Eco, you want Otavi Mining Company, which takes away the coin cost from your rocks. Makes your long-term economy much more sustainable. Same thing with Sissel Cultivation. Researches all the farming upgrades for free. including the Imperial Age one that you don't even have access to yet in Age 4. So it's like a real steal there. And then other than that, it really depends on what you want. Mineral concessions is probably a no-brainer for long-term gameplay because it will allow you to transfer all your coin into export. So if you want to go with more of these or your cannons, it just makes that easier for you. And other than that, you're going to have to really decide what you want here. I mean, I would think, assumably, well, if you think you're going to play a lot of team games, here's the thing, I kind of need this. No. Well, I don't think we need these, we just need the food and the gold ones. I'm trying to, like, do the math of how I typically set this. Well, why did I get this one? This is the one you want. I don't need that. Well, actually, for Fortress Age, we probably want this one, actually, to have the MP option there. And then, other than that, you would probably want to think about, well, sometimes I like this, because it just makes his Zulu shotgun a lot better. But, Twins is good for late game. You should probably include that one. If you want to be very aggressive, like really aggro, you could get this and spend all the export from your Spice Ball to get 6 Wart Hollanders, since these are like Fortress Age level, muskets basically. Yeah. Trying to think what else I would say for you to get. I like this one. This is good, especially if you have a team game. I might put the Firebrands back. Yeah, I think it's the Firebrands we want here. Yep. And if you think you're going to deal with any situations where you need Dragoons, I suggest this one, possibly for you. Yeah. But you might want this if you want stronger foreign units, because the Brits do get access to Redcoats, Ulans, 2 different types of Dragoons, so this might actually be more valuable for you than going escorts, honestly, because the consulate units, they shadow tag, so it might actually depend on how you do with your export card. This might actually be the way you want to go, potentially, so I would consider that possibly. And this is kind of the basic framework of how H2 is really your most important time, so this is really what you want to focus on things, and then so the rest burrows out. You just go as you can with the rest, yeah. Yeah, definitely try them out. They're a great civ. You should have a pretty fun time using them, probably, I would assume. Go game number 2. Oh, this must be an old series. I remember we used to watch games on Acre here? Yeah. Alright. So now we got Fufi running Ethiopia, so he's running another African civ. Then James is running Portuguese. This is actually a good matchup for this map, Portuguese and Ethiopia. Because really what happens here is both civs kind of just ignore each other and they just boom like crazy and get super greedy. So, honestly, if you want like a really good treaty style 1v1, this is a good map for it and this is a good set of civs for it too. So, I don't know how they're going to handle it, but I mean, I'm looking at the little like clocky thing down here and it's not even really ticking much. So, you might actually have a really long game here today. At least partially, yeah. So I would imagine this goes at least until like late Industrial Age, possibly Imperial Age at the very least. Could potentially he get to Great War Age, because Portuguese is one of those civs in a 1v1 that can actually reach Great War Age typically on average, because they just have such a robust economy potential in these matchups that they can actually do it. Because they're one of the few civs in a 1v1 that you can run your refridge, your textile mill, your gold standard, your eco theory. They can do that, so... But what is he running? So he actually isn't running any eco cards. He's going full aggression. Ordenanzas, Cazador, Dragoon, Arsenis, Capan de Mato, Palista, H4 Ordenanzas with steel. Oh, wow. He's playing it like an actual tournament deck. What is Fufi doing, though? So he's going with Prazo. It's got Punchin Cuddy. This is a mining one, right? Yep. Putti, which is HP. Artisans, which is wood chopping. Serfs, which fills are cheaper and train faster. Crown Council. This is kind of like a knockoff of Diplomatic Intrigue, but for Africa, since they don't have the consulate, 300 export and just faster sending cards. I think this could be a good fast fortress card, because I love Ethiopian fast fortresses. I should consider running Crown Council for that. I've always underplayed it because I thought it was kind of silly, but if I'm running that build, that would probably be justifiable, because you could even get one of these stronger, foreign things with it, yeah. Because you can get, like, Portuguese academicos with organ guns, you can get Cossacks and howitzers, you can get halberdiers, and I believe, like, horse artillery or falconets, and then you can get, siege elephants and sepoys, so you got some options there.
Hello.
Other than that, what are we looking at? We got tariffs for more gather rate on spice stalls, agricultural settlement. This lets you train villagers at your granaries. By the way, granaries in Wars of Liberty are totally different than the ones in Definitive Edition. Definitive Edition granaries, with those little cheap, free... Actually, not even cheap. They're free buildings that you can place on the map, and they warn the hunts, and then you gather faster from hunts around them. The way granaries work in Wars of Liberty is they're like a big giant mill, but without the farm around them. And what they do is they build farms around themselves. So if you build the granary, your villagers aren't the ones building the fields. It's actually the granary that does them. And the fields that it makes, called the lots, have a limited supply of food. So it's the same food economy as Age of Empires 2. Same farms. But on top of that, it can train herdables like goats, and it can fan them up too, itself. So it can build things and it can fan up animals for you. It's like the ultimate food building, really, for the Africans. Because in the old days, African civs would simply just build the lots with their villagers, and then the granary would just upgrade it and handle the herdable stuff that I mentioned. Nowadays, the granary actually builds the farms, and then the villagers, unless you're playing Egypt, don't have the ability to do that. The only reason Egypt doesn't have that granary mechanic to it is because they're a caravan civ, and, they wouldn't. I don't think they had the coding capability of having a granary caravan act like that. So Egypt was spared from that change, and they can, build whatever they want, basically. it's all they can build because they're a caravan civ, right? All they can build is farms and obelisks with the explorer, and then olive plantations if you send one of the Greek cards. So really just economy and scouting. And trading posts, of course. They can still do that. Also, another little tip and trick when you're researching market technologies as Africans, they actually affect 2 gather rates instead of 1. So, for instance, the food costing market techs will help you with wood chopping and mining. The gold costing ones will affect berries and wood. And then the wood costing techs will affect hunting and mining. So, instead of just specializing in 1 gather rate, they do a little bit of each of 2 of them. So, it'll take a little getting used to, but once you get around to it, it's pretty simple. Yeah. It's a little bit different than what you're used to. You picked some really boomy maps, my friend. Yeah, no, I wanted to... Well, this one was picked by Nathan in a previous series. So, this one was totally different. The ones I picked for my Week 9 were the, ASIN, the Lower Congo, the, other one we saw, Galapagos, Winter Wonderland, then that other one. These ones were from Nathan's map selection. So, I guess we both like boomy maps in a way. Because initially I wanted to run this tournament on the ESOC maps like we've done every time. But Nathan and Jeff were pushing away from that and wanted to start using more grassroots, original Wars of Liberty maps to make things more interesting. So, yeah, that's kind of what happened. We kind of just wanted to make a shift into more fun types of maps rather than just playing competitive maps. And I think it worked out pretty good, honestly, you know. Got to see some more fascinating stuff, really. Oh man, this is so. You know, in Age of Empires 3, the most dragoons are really bad against villagers because they get a malice against vills, right? This one native dragoon, the Paulista Capatio di Mato, actually has multipliers against villagers. So it's one of the few ranged cavalries in the game that actually acts just like the Huns and Mongols in AoE 2 with, like, shredding villagers. Yeah. Oh, but look at this. Oh, no. Oh God, he idled him. No. Gotta watch out for that stuff, though. He is getting some kills on it, though. Oh. Get the bills over here. Oh, no, get them. I don't care. I don't care. You don't have enough of them. Just do something. Yeah, well, Ethiopia gets this really good Sid boss, by the way, where they get these free things called porters. They're essentially just the Haudenosaunee Traveler. They're like little wagons. And they can build any building you want except a town center. So they can build like a dock, they can build a bazaar or a barracks, or the garrison, a cantonment, a palace, an apartment, which is his house here. Anything you want. It's quite good. It's very, very effective. Look at all these towers. Oh man. I think the towers are a little bit just sus there. I don't think they're gonna help him. Because look, he's already pushing through with 4 Ananzas. So yeah, I think in that sense, James is actually ahead right now. Because he is already in Fortress Age, he's already got Fortress Age skirms, he's got a stack of spearmen. He can push out this forward base. Unless it's a distraction to maintain his actual base. I don't see him holding this position here at all up here, unless James really screws it up and he doesn't reinforce. Yeah, that's the only way I sort of see that sort of going down, basically, yeah. Alright, the Camels are in. Camels will grind those Cazadors to a pulp. As you know, with Cazadors, they have lower than average hit points, but higher than average attack. So Camels will definitely be a concern for that. Camels, statistically, for Africans, are about the same as Cossacks. So they're a 1-pup, hand cavalry, scout that's a little bit weaker than a Hussar and that sort of the idea of them. Basically Cossacks, but they smell like camels, because they are camels. Okay, that's a lot of bowmen there. I stand corrected. James somehow screwed this up. I said he could mess it up, but he actually did. And I'm like, wow, I did not expect that. I thought he was actually going to get the tower down. He almost did. Like, what happened, dude? I think he wasn't expecting the camels, and then the rest happened. Yeah. Now he's just stacking Cazadors, which, understandable. But here's the thing, though. Fufi's eco is just going to get better over time as Ethiopia. Plus, he's picking up the Monolith Church, right? The Monolithic Church. It adds more hit points into all his buildings, about 50% on the buildings. And then his church, his actual temple, gets 100% HP, so it doubles. It's a monstrously good card to go for. It's really, really good. Yep, it's very, very awesome, yeah. Alright, another tower is going up now. Yeah, I think for now at least Fufi holds his position. He's got a bigger army and that should be good. I'm back. I had to help someone with something. Let's continue. Alright, so right now I think Luke has actually done a great job with this whole defensive thing. At first I thought it was a little bit too forward to defend, and he was going to lose it. And now that I see it, it's actually working. And now that he's in Fortress Age himself, I think he's got enough tools in his belt, particularly when he gets his cantonment to, defend that. Eventually he'll want to switch over to his Scotties to defend that. And Ormos, too. If you get some Ormo horsemen for this, you'll have multipliers against the skirms and the heavy infantry, too, the line infantry ordinances. I think that's probably what you might want to get there, yeah. In general, yeah. Big time, yeah. So that might be pretty good.
Is it good your name?
By the way, these blue library texts give you more HP on your buildings, and then the red ones actually add more attack onto your buildings. Plus, they give more attack to your gunfire units, too. Yeah. That's the thing, though, like, having the extra bonus things for the African civs worked totally fine, but for some reason, the devs had a problem with the Middle East doing that. I don't know, dude. I mean, nobody complained about Ethiopia since the time that they've existed as a civ having that, but who am I to say? But then again, Africans will actually be reworked. I don't know when they're going to be reworked, though. I know they want to, like, at least re-release Egypt and their rework into the Middle East first. But after they do that, I think they're going to go for the full Africa rework. And they're going to have a completely different age-up system called Cultural Aspects, where each age-up gives them a different bonus. And they can either stick to the same bonus to amp it up more and more with each age-up, or they can add other bonuses in, so it's a little bit of each. Kind of like the immigrants, but without the whole immigrant concept, just a straight-up bonus. It could be anything from, like, military stats, gather rates, trickles, native bill limit. Could be just about anything. I remember back in the old days, I saw some old docs about the cultural aspects, and they had some pretty cool ones there I was interested in. And then there were some that I was kind of mad about. It's kind of what I guess it'll depend on what civ that you're playing as when it's all fleshed out. And since there's not a lot of African civs to begin with, when that comes out, because I believe when they do the Africa patch, there'll be like 4 African civs. You'll have Zulu, Ethiopia, and then you'll have 2 other ones. You'll have, from a possible set of 3, there'll definitely be Sudan. The mod is Sudan is definitely confirmed, so that'll be one. And then the 4th one will either be Ashanti or Morocco. Because those are I heard the 2 they were tug of war in between was Morocco and Ashanti. I think if Septifolia has anything to say, they should do Ashanti and get a West African civ into the mod. I kind of agree with that, honestly, because they already have a North African power with Egypt in the Middle East. So it would be a bit more geographically diverse and creative to get a West African civ in there, I think, personally. But if they want to do Morocco, they can do Morocco. And they'll definitely receive a lot of praise as well, since, yeah. The only thing that pushes me back from wanting Morocco right away is the fact that we already have it in Age of the World. We already have it as sort of a quasi-revolt civ in the 5th edition itself. Sort of. So, yeah. At least depending on how you look at it, so. Ashanti would definitely be very unique. Especially since the only other implementation of Ashanti we got is the Africa and Italy expansion, and as we saw in the week that I did that one, the developer completely broke that mod, so this would be the first time we'd actually be able to play him in a fully stable environment. That some developer doesn't screw up and completely abandons because of DE or something. Okay, so you got Steel Guns, Dragoon, Lion Nymph, Cazador. Yeah, now it's really tough to get in here, because I got like 4 towers here now. I got like over 5k hit points on. I think what James did wrong here, without even looking at the rest of this match, is he did not get late game economy cards. The one thing Portuguese can do is, they got the multiple town centers, they can afford to run late game economy cards. The fact that you did not do that just threw a wrench in your entire survival. Because you could have at least gone like Refridge, Royal Mint, Ego Theory. Even Chef Sadiste in the 5th edition, the 5th edition Portuguese runs sustainable agriculture and textile mill. Can you believe that? Even a pro like him in the pro 5th edition 3 scene runs like sustainable agriculture in his Portuguese deck. Yeah, if you go back and you watch my PK tournament casting and stuff, Sadiste does indeed run that particular card in his Portuguese. Because he's a Portuguese main in that game. Insane, right? No, because you have the defense of the multiple town centers, you can actually afford to run cards like that. And it gives you such a big boost that eventually you can take advantage of that and just swarm in the late game. It's really cool. But the fact that James even put Refridge and Gold Standard in, the basic bare bones stuff, he's gonna suffer for that. He's gonna pay the price for that. He's gonna burn baby Bernie Sanders for that. Basically. Pretty much. That's all I can say. It's gonna be really tough. I think what we're going to see is we're going to slowly see Fufi expand above his opponent and just wipe him out in the long run. And look at the stockpiles. He already has a surplus of wood, gold. Has he started really farming yet? No, he hasn't even started farming yet, so we can't gauge that until he really starts jumping onto these lots from the granary. But this also is a gather rate upgrade for food, by the way, too. 20% actually. So it's just under refridge. It's about the same as refridge, actually. So kind of has his own refridge and his own royal mint. Since these mining cards also affect your rock mining rate, so your late game economy, so pretty much Fufi's economy is going to be better in the long run just because he includes some level of gather rate cards. One wood one, one food one, and one gold one. So just doing a little bit of that makes a world of difference here, basically. Yeah, once you upgrade to Ascari, things get really good for you as an African Civ, because on top of range attack improvement, their gun upgrades also improve their range as well. So if he gets his first and second gun upgrades on this Ascaris, he'll actually go up to 22 range, which will make his Ascaris like really, really good. He'll be able to outrange Cazadors, so have more damage on his stuff. He didn't actually have a lot of upgrades for it. I mean, he does have Kebra, that will affect it, but nothing else really. He could have gone the Berthier rifles, and that would have been a great add-on too. But yeah, no. I think there's even... Oh yeah, I could have gone Camelot, Revolver, whatever, and that would have helped. Yeah, no, overall though, it's in good shape. No, it's not Camelot Revolver, it's that other one. I forget which one it is. It has a picture of a pistol in the card though. It's not the Camelot. The Camelot one's for the Nintendo. Looks like, James is getting some progress though, but by the time he gets to the main base though, the economy gap is going to be too late though. Because right now, Fufi's mostly just using this as a diversion so that he can boom in his real base and get like his full economy going. Once he hits like Imperial Age economy, because James is sort of, oh, James is going to get Imperial Age, really? Okay, so that's kind of fascinating. Emerald the Fleet, so he's going to get boats and he's probably going to start marauding them along the river here. Which you can do, by the way. You can do, yeah. Oh, alright, well, that changes things a little bit. Definitely makes things a little bit different. Oh wow, look at that. Oh, not bad. I'm surprised James is pushing him so much. But once you get more Oramos, I think things will definitely flip around though, for sure. Yeah. From what I understand, I think James said he had other records for me, but he forgot them or something, so he might actually win this one, yeah. Actually, should happen. Okay, so the Oramos are cutting into the steel guns. He's gonna get at least one of them. Yeah. So that's two of them down. Right. Got the wrestling down, that'd be great. Asgari should micro this steel gun here. It's weak, it's weak. Get it. Get it, it's weak. Take it out, it's a freebie. Okay, he's gonna use his own. Oh yeah, that's right. You can get steel guns in Ethiopia too from their factory they get from the home city. The industrial growth card, yeah. So, yeah, Ethiopians are the only African city that gets access to a factory in the game right now. So, it's one thing they definitely get to take advantage of. That was a big blast, did you see that? Wiped out this whole Cazador formation. That was pretty good. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Yeah. How about James though? Is he gonna like upgrade his stuff or his hussars are unupgraded though? I'm a little bit concerned about that honestly. A little bit sus. Because Fufi clearly has an equal score to you, actually a better economy. And all he needs is like more units. Do a little upgrade and he might actually have a window to overcome that sort of thing, yeah. Yeah, that's right, that's what I think. Yeah, no, I agree. Because he's got the age up going, he just needs to get the upgrades and maybe some of the eco stuff there to cap on it. Because if he goes in there with unupgraded SRs, these Ascaris can actually do something against that, because they're technically a more upgraded unit, slightly. But then again, the Hussars are doing alright with numbers. I think probably Fufi should fall back to his towers a bit and use that to defend. Yeah, more Ormos coming in now. I don't know why Fufi isn't doing Ormo horsemen here. We should just get an army of Ormos with Ascari. Ormos for the infantry and everything else, and then the Ascaris for the dragoons. Or Tigray Lancers. He can get Tigray Lancers too. That's another option. Because these Cazadors are so close, he could keep up on them, possibly do that. Yeah, no, that's cool. Portugal going for a really deep fort down here too. The Ormos are tanking pretty good. You also see James not upgrading the Hussars yet. Very weird. He's just Hussar spamming. At this stage, I would definitely get some Tigray Lancers as the Ethiopia player. The Tigray Lancers would ruin this right there. Yeah, no, it would ruin it big time. And he's finally upgrading the Ascaris too. He just got the HP upgrade and the attack one. So now he's got a range of 21. He also got the hit point upgrade on the Oramos too, because I see the helmets are different, so that's the upgrade on the Oramos. Oh, he's picking up bolt action rifle. This brings him up to a 22 range skirmisher. Steel helmet is the last upgrade for the armor, and that'll bring the Oramos up to an even considerable amount of hit points. See, right now, I feel like Fufi is obviously playing defender right now, but he's making much more strategic decisions with upgrading and unit choice and stuff, and it's just helping him out a lot. Really, yeah. James, if he wants to keep going, Hussar needs to, like, upgrade them. He's going Dragoons now, but he's not upgrading them. He should at least have him up to the... Lusitano upgrade. No, he should. They should at least be Lusitano Dragoons, Royal Guard upgrade. The fact that they're not even up to that yet is kind of concerning. It's gonna cause some serious issues there, man, big time. Just gotta be real careful with that. Otherwise, you're in some big issues. Big issues. he'll be able to spray this off easily with the Ascaris. Yeah, and since he's got everything except, I believe, the last, upgrade for the Ascaris, the Piff Helmet one, he should be able to fight these Cazadors easier, too, yeah. Because already, he actually has more hit... Oh, he just upgraded, alright, he just got the Piff Helmet, I just saw the change. Okay, so these are consulate heavy cans, so these ones, don't even need to be, upgraded at all, from what I understand. That makes it even better than the ones that his opponent is running, technically, yeah. Maybe. Nice to get driven back, too. I'm gonna go with Guardian Marinas. Not Guardian Marinas, the Ultramarinos. Naval skirms that we saw in the Gormison game. I don't know if they're going to help out, though. I mean, at this stage you're dealing with 22 range skirms, they can just pick off those Ultramarinos, no problem. So I don't know exactly if that's exactly what you want to go for there, particularly. Wow, scary, man. I had a feeling Ethiopia was going to win this in the long run. I think like our viewer said, he had to pull back, get the mortars, get a solid offense going, not just keep throwing random stuff at him, and he would have done it. He had the window there when he had the fort all the way down, over here, right? He had that window available. And he somehow ruined it. Remarkably ruined it. Crazy. I mean, look.
Well, that's war thing.
He could have gone the guard upgrade on those Hussars a long time ago, but yeah. No. Shocking revelation of events, yeah. Alright, so now we just want one more we have to look at, right? Let's see what the last one looks like. Then I'll just go play Wars of Liberty or whatever for the rest of the day with you. Keep it interesting. Because I knew we were going to run into that anyways. Because I knew from the number of recordings that we got, we weren't going to be doing this all day. The fact that it's... when did I start? Around 12:50? The fact that it's almost been 4 or 5 hours is still pretty impressive out of just that few games, but still. Imagine if other people actually did their Week 9 series. We'd probably be sitting here for multiple weeks doing this stuff. It would have been insane. I'm not kidding. We probably would have been here multiple weeks looking at... Not multiple weeks, but it would have been both days of the weekend, I think at least. Maybe even on a Monday. Would have been crazy. Alright, so let's see what we got here. Alright, we got Egypt. Fufi's playing Egypt. What? Isn't that usually James's Civ? Egypt? This is really weird. James is usually the one that picks Egypt, and now Fufi is playing Egypt. What is up with that? Why is he playing Egypt? It must be some sort of Africa challenge, because first he did Zulu, then he did Ethiopia, now he's Egypt. It's the only thing I could think of. China against Egypt. Now, I can tell you right away in terms of tier listing, like basic metrics, James should not be able to screw this up against Egypt, especially in a 1v1. In a team game, Egypt could cause some problems, but in a 1v1, China has every way to beat Egypt before they even, become an issue. Because really, Egypt has two sort of semi-reliable strategies. The crazy fast industrial build, and then they have a lesser fast fortress build. Both of those can be countered easily in 1v1 as a strong rush civ like China that can get units out quickly. China should have no problem dealing with an Egypt. If China loses to Egypt, James needs some training. Personal training. Yeah. Well, he's getting 300 wood, which is kind of interesting. There's a reason why he's getting this wood, by the way. It's because in Wars of Liberty, the villages give you free villagers. Every time you age up, you get a free villager at each village. It's much like the refugee cards we have in the 5th edition. And those cards were removed from this mod in place of a civ bonus that does exactly the same thing with each Egypt. Yeah. Kind of interesting when you think about it. What kind of Juanito language is that? I don't know. Boxer Rebellion is actually a surprisingly good card here because it takes the emergency unit, the Youngs, from the village and makes it so they don't lose hit points anymore. So he'll have like 10 or 15 or so like pop free trash units that he can mix in with the rest of his army, which is actually not bad. So that's a pretty interesting add-on. Other than that, his H2 hand looking sharp. Fortress H hand looking sharp. I mean, you might want coin in there, but probably is fine with that. No Kanzu Braves, though. I mean, you can do that, but that's fine. I'm actually alright with that. That's an okay deck. As for Egypt, where's he going with? So he's going to be doing a pretty normal deck here. At most, we'll probably see like a fast fortress. I do not see a fast industrial coming out of this. He's only got the mountain gun, the Janissary bombard one. But wait a second. He's missing the more expensive one that gives you like 2 bombards. This one only gives you 1, so he's got the El Cheapo one. I would have put the more expensive one in myself, even if it took longer to put out, personally. What is this? 20 pikemen for 600 export. So how quick you get the export, it's not bad. Caribbean spices. Now, I'm surprised he didn't get Trans-Saharan trade in Age 1 to get an export trickle. That, to me, is a little bit off. Suez Canal. On this map, I guess it's alright. Especially if you're going to go natives. Is this a native setup or something, or a trade route setup? Probably a trade route setup. Yeah, see, already the China player already was looking pretty good here. Fufi is going to try defending, though, with his archers, his bowmen. He has shipments, right? Yep, he's got featherhead camels. Pull back your stuff to the towers so the towers can back you up, too. Alright, keep your archers alive. Don't let them die too quick, and then get the camels in. Yeah. He's going to make a push for the trade route. Once he gets the camels, he can correctly push that. Those were some long games. No T export? What do you mean T export? I think I saw he had T export though. Unless I'm mistaken. He has diplomatic intrigue here, and then he's got intervention. They don't have. Oh yeah, T export. They don't have that in Legacy. That's the one thing that makes Legacy Chinese kind of meh, is they don't have T export. It's like the best card in the 5th edition, but they should add that to Wars of Liberty though. It would make China feel a lot more smooth, I think, and definitely give them a cool build order for sure. But if they don't, it's fine, but it would just make them feel a lot smoother if they did something cool like that, honestly. Alright, so the bowmen are doing good. He sneaks around with the featherhead though and digs right into his But the thing is though, because James is in cover mode, it means his units are attacking slower and the featherhead are just cutting him down quicker. Because the featherhead have a rate of fire, I believe like 1 or even like 1.86 or something. Like most melee units have a rate of fire of like 1.5. Their rate of fire is like 1 or even less than that, so they attack really quickly. Like a very fast unit. It might be 1.25, I don't know, because it doesn't show you the rate of fire in Legacy. But look at what he's doing though, he's wiping out a lot of Chukanus here. He's decimating a lot of units here. And he's kind of leaving his Chukanus totally vulnerable too, which is not really kosher really for his defense. I can't believe Fufi's actually doing this. He's actually winning with Egypt. Playing normally too, not even doing a wacky build, just playing normally good old Egypt, and he's somehow doing this. The rate of attack will still even be a problem for Nien Riders. Yep. He's taking out his cavalry too. And he's getting his camels in. He's got all that. Deals with the scout units, and I can push for the Chukanus up there. He somehow overpowered China's shipments. And he's going on to the main area now. And is he going to add spearmen in for siege? Or, yeah, he's going to ship them in. And more bowmen, right? Yep. I can't believe this is happening right now. He's like completely swamping them right now. He's going to move on to his villages and actually start down those now. This is unreal. This should not be happening. Like, China should absolutely be in much better shape against this sort of thing than... Yeah, no. Failing this bad with China is like scary to me, because if he consolidated his troops and like went with a good mass, I think this would not be happening. That might be part of the issue, is he went in too early and then he didn't reinforce enough back in his home. Because if he had like a whole army of Tigermen and Chukanus, I think he would have been fine and have a couple of Niens in there, and maybe even add some consulate troops in like Maykoffers or something. But yeah, no. He somehow leveraged it against himself there. How did it sink? Did he rage quit or something? Maybe. It's like insane. Wow. Alright, well, we'll get rid of this directory now, since we don't need it anymore. Just good old current Wars Liberty. And then we'll look for some world matches. If you or anyone wants to join, let's do it. Let's clean this up now. I can boot and use my normal desktop shortcut here. Awesome. Let's see if we can find any good games today. If nobody wants this, we'll just go to D then. Just some good old 5th edition matches, like some Buokais or something of that nature. Yeah, is anyone going to join for good old Wars of Liberty, or do I need to start booting up my 5th edition right now? I'll leave it open for a few more seconds. If not, then probably some good old D gameplay would be fine for today. I did actually default put the stream in the D playlist, because I figured we might be doing some D today. So I kind of predicted that a little bit earlier. Yeah. So yeah, let's, do some. Oh yeah, sure. If you want to join, absolutely. Yep, I'll keep it open for you. Let's go. Oh, Kaiser's here. Awesome. You can join too. We could find a fourth maybe. That could be cool. Let me ping. Oh, I see he's playing Bolivia today because of the, awesome. I kind of want to play Uzbeks to see how they are now. Uzbeks would be a fun experiment for sure, yeah, let's try Uzbeks. Because theoretically, Uzbeks should be Baronet with the better stats on their archers and really not being wildly affected by the whole, madrasa change too much. Oh, you want to spectate? Alright. If you want. Sounds good. Alright, so just watch from the stream. Oh, that's cool. I actually prefer you to do that so I can get more views. Alright. Let's do this now.
Hazır düşündüm.
Ne kıl dinegeniniz
Emrine hazır.
Ne kıl gayme.
Emriniz hazır.
Hazır.
He. Algıç emrela algıç müsaymen.
Ne dinegeniniz ne kıl gayme.
Salam. Kuraymen.
Ne arzu kıl gayme. Ne dinegeniniz ne arzu kılırsınız. Merhamet.
Dileğinizi kılgaymen. Hazır. Kuhraymen. Kılgaymen. Dileğini kılgaymen. Merhamet. Dileğinizi dileğinizi kılgaymen. Ayar düşün. Hazır.
Yes.
Merhamet.
Emtüşü bargaymen. Avga çıkaymen.
Kılgaymen. Dilek merhamet. Emrin derhal kılgaymen. Kılgaymen. Dilek kılgaymen. Dileğiniz kılgaymen. Dileğiniz kılgaymen. Dileğiniz kılgaymen. Salam. Hazır. Avga çıkaymen.
Selda. He. Avga çıkaymen.
Dileğiniz kılgaymen. Kılgaymen.
Emrin evet doğru. Hadi bakalım. Evet tamam olur.
He. Avga çıkaymen.
Merhamet. Taya düşündüm. Avga çıkaymen. Ne arzu ki? Dileğinizi kılgaymen. Merhamet. Dileğinizi kılgaymen. Hazır. Bağaymen. Derhal kılgaymen. Dileğinizi kılgaymen. Dileğinizi kılgaymen. Kılgaymen.
Hazır. Doğru. Tamam olur. Hadi bakalım. Emrin doğru. Hadi bak. Evet. Evet. Doğru. Tamam. Olur. Evet. Hadi bakalım. Doğru. Selam. Evet. Tamam. Hadi bakalım. Hazır. Doğru. Tamam. Hadi bakalım. Evet. Evet. Tamam. Olur. Evet. Doğru. Tamam. Olur. Selam. Hadi bakalım. Evet. Doğru.
Ne ya? Dileğinizi bağaymen. Hadar düşündüm.
Hazır. Tamam. Evet. Tamam. Olur. Hadi bakalım. Hazır. Doğru. Tamam. Olur. Evet. Doğru. Evet. Doğru. Hadi bakalım. Evet.
Bağa derhal düşündüm. Derhal kılgaymen.
Selam. Düşündüm. Bargaymen. Avga çıkaymen.
Tayyar bağaymen. Ne kılgayım, ne arzu kılırsız.
Emriniz? He. Turgaymen.
Dinegeniz ne kılgaymen. Ne kılgaymen. Tayyar hazır. Dinegeniz ne kılgaymen.
He. Selam. Deraht keskey düşündüm. Kurgaymen.
Ha düşündüm. Hazır. Satunke, Katar Church.
Hey. Deraht keskeymen.
Oh, khagili, larshi. Sana avgı çıkkaymen. Kılgaymen. Emrin darah keskeymen.
Emriniz avga çıkaymen.
Katar Church. Larshi. Emrin hazır.
Emrin evet. Tamam. Doğru.
Kılgaymen. Hazır. Düşündüm. Kılgaymen. Merhamet. Ne arzu kılgaymen.
Hücum.
Hop, Satunke. Kılgaymen. Katar Jordi. Adar Kalaçkaymen.
He. Deraht kes selam. He. Düşündüm. Kurgaymen.
Bağaymen. Hukmun Satunke. Katar Jordi. Kuzşey. Düşündüm. Satunke.
Tamam. Evet. Doğru. Hücum.
Ne dine git kılgaymen. Sana derhal
He.
kılgaymen.
Bargaymen.
Evet. Tamam. Hadi bakalım.
Hazır. Dinegeniz ne kılgaymen. Dinegeniz ne kılgaymen. Emrin Emma katat larshi. Doktor emrin teşmerimler. Bütün günler. Kılgaymen. Doktor teşmerimler. Larshi. Dokmuna wumana. Teşmerimler. Dinegeniz ne kılgaymen. Nival! Tuşun hoben, tuşun diyeyim. Yoksa Katar Jordi. Niv Satunke.
Evet.
Nival! Satunke. Oh, khagili.
Evet.
Katar Jordi. Hazır. Salam. Ne? Dinegeni kılgaymen.
Tey derhal kılgay. Avga çıkkaymen. Bargaymen. Emri kan açkaymen. Selam ya derhal kurgaymen. Selam düşündüm. Avga çıkkaymen.
مظبوط ودريكا.
Deraht keskaymen.
Dileğinizi kılgaymen.
إن شاء الله.
Kılgaymen.
Teyyar men.
Selam. Tamam, hadi bakalım. Evet.
Kılgaymen.
Selam.
Dileğinizi kılgaymen. Ne kılgaymen. Dileğinizi
دير ما الله أكبر.
kılgaymen. داخلي. لا لارشي. داخلي. Dileğinizi kılgaymen. Kurallaninglar. Katar Türk Nival. Larşi.
أذكر الله الله أمور.
Panıka ekra. Kurallaninglar. Kurallaninglar. Eşberinglar. Dileğinizi Larşi. Hazır. Dileğinizi kurallaninglar.
إن شاء الله الله الله الله. أذكر دير الأمور.
Tayyar hazır kuhraymen.
Yes.
Merhamet.
Yes.
Yeah, so basically, if, like, this is part of the test and I'm running with them, if Bolivia still dies to, like, Uzbeks, it means that they're really, really bad shape as a civ, even with that buff, because Uzbeks are arguably the worst melee civ, and they're also really bad in general against many matchups. So if you're still sort of getting humbled as, Bolivia against Uzbeks, then it shows that your civ is really deeply flawed up pretty badly. Yeah. Yeah, it means that your civ definitely needs some work and stuff for sure. Definitely, but yeah. I'm trying to think. Is there any cards here that I really wanted here that I probably needed, or trying to think. I wanted to try running this somewhere. Yeah, I kind of wanted to run this one. Yeah, I wanted to try it. See how good it is. Where would I put it, though? Well, this card's useless, our card said, so we can just get rid of this. And just throw this in, yeah, no. I mean, the boost thing with the siege isn't bad by any means, so you could absolutely run that. I don't know.
Ne arzu kılırsınız? Kıvrayım. Dinegenin kıvray. Dinegeniniz ne? Kıvraymen. Kıvraymen. Kıvraymen.
Tayyarman. Düşündüm. Bargaymen. Düşündüm. Avga çıkkaymen.
Ne arzu kılır? Dinegeniniz merhamet. Tayyarmen. Derhal kılkay. Bargaymen. Ne arzu kılır? Dinegeniniz ne? Kıvraymen.
Tayya bargaymen. Kurgaymen.
Merhamet. Emir derhal kıvraymen. Ne arzu kılır? Kıvray. Dinegenin kıvraymen. Hazır.
Tuş bargaymen. Derhal kılgaymen.
Dinegenin kıvraymen. Dinegeniniz ne?
Sen avga çıkkaymen.
Ne arzu kıvraymen. Dinegeniniz kıvraymen.
Emre. Kurgaymen.
Merhamet. Dine kıvraymen. Kıvraymen. Ne arzu kılırsın? Dinegeniniz ne? Kıvraymen.
He. Tayyarmen. Avga çıkkaymen.
Merhamet. Sen avga çıkkaymen. Avga çıkkaymen. Hal düşündüm.
Hazır. Doğru. Evet. Hadi bakalım. Doğru. Tamam. Evet.
Salam. Daracht. Bargaymen. Düşündüm. Avga çıkkaymen.
Emrin. Hadi bakalım. Evet.
Ne arzu kılırsınız?
Evet.
Merhamet.
Hazır. Doğru. Evet. Emrin. Doğru. Evet.
Ne arzu kılırsınız?
Evet. Hadi bakalım. Evet.
Merhamet.
Emriniz.
Ne arzu kılırsınız?
Selam. Doğru. Hadi bakalım. Tamam. Olur.
Merhamet. Tayya bargaymen. Derhal bargaymen. Hazır. Avga çıkkaymen. Ne arzu kılırsınız?
Tayyarmen. Daraht keskaymen. Emriniz.
Hazır. Sen daracht keskaymen. Tayyarmen. Merhamet. Ne arzu kılırsınız? Dinegeniniz ne? Kıvraymen. Dinegeniniz ne? Kıvraymen.
Hazır.
Ne arzu kıvraymen. Dinegeniniz ne? Kıvraymen.
Evet. Hadi bakalım. Evet.
Kıvraymen. Kıvraymen. Ne arzu kılırsınız? Merhaba. Kıvraymen.
Selam. Hadi. Evet. Tamam. Olur.
Ne kıvraymen.
Hazır. Doğru. Evet. Emrin doğru. Tamam. Evet. Evet. Doğru.
Dileğinizi
Evet. Doğru.
aynen.
Evet.
Dileğinizi
Hazır. Doğru. Evet. Doğru.
Merhamet.
Evet. Tamam. Hadi. Evet. Tamam. Hadi bak. Doğru. Evet.
Dileğinizi kıvraymen. Dileğinizi kıvraymen. Merhamet. Kıvraymen. Merhamet. Dileğini kıvraymen.
Düşündüm. Kurgaymen. Kurgaymen.
Dileği kıvraymen. Merhamet. Dileği kıvraymen. Dileğinizi kıvraymen. Emriniz düşündüm.
Teyyarmen. Kan açkaymen. Selam derhal kılgayım kurgaymen.
Ne arzu kılırsınız? Hazır. Hazır. Raymen. Emriniz kıyamadım.
Teyyarmen. Deraht keskeymen.
Hazır. Doğru. Hadi bakalım. Emrin doğru.
Emriniz tuşun giyin.
Hazır. Tamam. Hadi bakalım. Evet. Doğru. Tamam. Olur.
Emriniz kıyamadım. Raymen. Emrini tuş Raymen. Dileği ne arzu kılır? Ne? Ne hücum külünler. Kıvrayın. Kurallanınlar. Emrin hücum külünler. Emriniz hazır. Tuşun peşberi. Emriniz hazır. Peşberinler. Tuşun kurallanınız. Hoben hücum külünüzge mademet. Peşberinler. Emriniz
He kan açkaymen.
ne arz? Dileğiniz ne?
He bargay deraht.
Aynen. Hazır. Peşberinler. Emriniz hazır. Peşberin. Hücum külünler. Peşberinler. Hücum külünler. Kurallanırlar. Emriniz hücum külünler. Emriniz kurallanırlar. Emriniz peşberinler. Antarak keskeymen. Hazır. Avgı çıkkaymen. Hazır. Hücum külünler. Emrini kurallanırlar. Emrin peşberinler. Hazır. Tuşun diyeyim. Emriniz kurallanırlar. Hücum külünler. Dileğiniz kıvraymen. Hazır. Peşberinler. Kurallanırlar. Kıvraymen. Emriniz kurallanırlar. Hoben mirin. Dileğiniz ne? Kıvraymen. Rayman. Dileğiniz ne? Rayman. Raym. Hoben. Tuşun din. Hücum külingler. Hoben mi? Hazır. Tuşun din. Hoben mi? Tuşun din. Hoben mirin.
Selam. Deraht keskeyar mı? Deraht keskeymen. Emr. He. Kan açkaymen.
Evet. Hadi bakalım. Selam. Tamam, olur.
He. Deraht keskeymen. Sen düşündüm. Kurgaymen.
ان شاء الله ما مزبوط ودريقة دوا چند وقت
Evet, hadi bakalım.
Ne? Dileğiniz ne?
Asker!
Rayman.
Hey he. Tüş barık he. Tüşü deraht keskeymen.
Da hazır.
Selam. Yar mı? Derhal kılgaymen.
Ne arzu kılır? Kıl Rayman.
İnşallah.
Kıl Rayman.
Emrin avga çıkaymen. He, avga çıkaymen.
Salam da dara hazır.
Teyya bargaymen. Kurgaymen.
Emriniz düşündüm. Kıl Rayman.
Emriniz derhal deraht keskeymen.
Hazır.
Hazır. Evet, doğru. Tamam. Hücum.
Dileğiniz ne?
عسكر
Hazır. Da Rayman. Merhaba. Dileğiniz ne?
Selam.
Kıl Rayman.
He, tüş he. Deraht keskeymen.
Kıl Rayman. Ne? Dileğiniz ne?
Selam
Kıl Rayman.
dercan kılgaymen.
Kıl Rayman. Hoben mirin.
Emriniz selam. Teyyar selam. Kan açkaymen.
Hazır.
Tey düşündüm. Avga çıkaymen.
دير مصروفي دل دوا چند وقت
Dileğiniz ne?
Emriniz.
Dileğiniz ne? Rayman. Emriniz.
سلام حمله
Hazır. Rayman. Dileğiniz ne?
آماری حمله
Emriniz. Keşber. Emriniz. Hücum külingler. Rayman.
آماده سلام حمله آماده حمله آماری حمله
Selam deraht keskeymen. Emriniz deraht keskeymen.
Selam. Evet, doğru.
Emr he. Bargaymen.
Emr da Rayman. Kıl Rayman. Gem. Hazır. Selam.
Emrin.
Emri derhal kılgaymen. He.
Düşün.
Olur. Hücum. Hücum. Hücum. Emrin.
Var derhal kılgaymen. He. Hayda düşündüm. Emrini bargaymen. He. Emrini.
Hazır. Hücum. Kurallanırlar.
Selam. Hey derhal kılgaymen. He. Selam. Deraht keskaymen. Kılgaymen. Selam. Can kılgaymen. Can kılgaymen. Can kılgaymen.
Sal has daracht keskaymen.
Hazır. Hadi bakalım. Emri. Tamam. Olur. Hazır. Emri doğru.
Emriniz hazır.
Selam. He. Kurgaymen. Bargaymen.
Sal kurbraymen.
Tayyar mı? He. Düşündüm. He. Bargaymen. Deraht.
Tayyarmen.
He. Düşündüm.
Emriniz hazır.
Tayyar. Kaan. Açkaymen. Selam. Deraht keskaymen.
Emriniz tuş hop peş tuşun din. Daracht keskaymen.
Evet. Evet.
Taycan kılgaymen. Düşündüm. Kurgaymen.
Tayyar Kaan açkaymen.
Tayyar emriniz derhal kılgaymen.
جري ونساء جري انتظار رابور
Emri Kaan açkaymen.
Desta وخيجا.
He. Can kılgaymen.
دفاع روكرا خايف انا خايف انا خايف انا خايف
açkayman.
ليش وقت استفاير بكره
براتروك اسكولا نخول خيب نخكرا وكونا اسكولا نخولا خاغل خيب نخكرا وجيريه ونسا براتروكرا
Selam Kaan. Açıklayın
Emrin
ben.
tamam. Olur.
جيريه ونسا
Hazır. Doğru.
براتروكرا جيريه اسكولا نخولا خيب جيريه ونسا
Salam, düşündüm. Hazır. Bak, rahat keskeymen.
Emriniz? He.
Emrin hadi tamam. Olur.
براتروكرا
Evet. Tamam. Olur.
Kılgaymen. Yine geliniz mi? Kılgaymen.
جري ونساء
Sana Cem
Selam Cem
kılgaymen.
Kılgaymen. Emriniz? Deraht keskeymen.
Kılgay.
اسكولا خاي اسكولا خيب نخكرا اسكولا نخولا
Yeah, it seems like, if you know how to play them the right way now, they're actually really good. Not to say that they're easy. Disclaimer, if you're looking for an easy civ, do not play Bolivia. But you can use Bolivia now. Yeah, no, I mean, I always assumed they were just anti-skirms, but looking at the hit points, 270, that is more than the Mushitero. That's more the assault unit. Yeah, and it doesn't have the only debuff it has is against cavalry. And it has to worry about multipliers against standing units and skirmish. Yeah, totally. It's neat how you can see the color coding in the text now. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, I could try upping the ante and trying the new Iran against you and maybe seeing how you actually play them now, considering their situation, because that would be probably pretty interesting for everyone here looking at the patch. How might you use Iran in a post-trickle setting? I will say one thing though: those Moss cards that we've been running, Alucard runs, those are dead. Nobody's going to run those now. Yes, having extra churches is great, but are they? Well, here's the thing. The one in Fortress Age might survive in some instances because it involves doubling the trickle and giving you the church, but definitely the H2 one has lost its way, I would say for sure. Totally. So, I think in that regard, it's kind of a little, So I'm going to give you to that one. I was always wondering something. Not that I'm going to do it here. I was wondering about this card. This one. Musa Fatima. Musa Fatima. Adds a wood trickle onto the imams, yeah. So I was figuring if you get 10 imams and you get all the blue madrasa texts, could that be a good enough trickle to actually work with? Considering now how the actual trickle mechanic of the sim itself is kind of... Because that's another thing too that I think they really screwed up with the Salons thing, is that because they got rid of the whole mosque emphasis outside of these two cards, they actually ended up putting the Royal Courtier mechanic of the Civ, because now the only things they have to tie them are the extra cards, the extra options, and that's it. You got nothing else really, and the ability to choose two of them. Before, the church thing just went really well with that. Now they're just going to be operating on a similar XP level as everyone else, unless they have to put these cards in their deck. Now they're required to maintain that day, no longer optional. I felt like it was, I don't feel like you should have forced them to put those cards in. It should have just been an added elective thing. But, alright, well, what would I do for a new one? How will we set this up now? So if you got... So now you're actually going to probably want to run like four servants. These are cards we actually have to start running now that I think about it. Like, you definitely need to, you know, have wood. You definitely want to run Jihad now, because this is actually going to keep you alive. Yeah. Then you want Visibilia. These are, now you're going to actually want to run these cards and no longer be called a beta male for it. You actually want to run those cards, yeah. I'm trying to think now, like, realistically. What else will we run? Well, I mean, I think we're going to run it. Junbuzz, Tofangchi. Do we run more early game? I think we run more early game nowadays, and then you definitely want to run like actual normal economic stuff for sure. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a tough situation for the Iran players out there. You have to kind of come up with new ideas just to run them. Meat fuzz, or I don't know. What are we running there? We don't need. Do we need this? We might be able to get away without that for now. And then what are you running? Italians, maybe. Oh, it's like, do you run the early, or I think we just get rid of this and put in like, what would we invest into? Waves, Hussars, Prize Waves, something like this. Play a lot more tight, I guess. Because now you kind of have to have all the bush things available just to survive without the trickles, I guess. Do we really need... We don't need this. We could... Because there's times where I'm going to run British and stuff. And want the Highlanders, so I'll do that for now, I guess.
بله اطاعت میشه. از اینکه من آزاد کردیم. بله.
هوخ ریشخند و میارته.
چه کار کنم؟ حمله. بله حمله. چه کار کنم؟ آماده. چه کار کنم؟ اطاعت میشه.
بگو به کدام نقطه حرکت میکنم. آمادم. بله. شکارچی.
بله.
بله. میسازم.
Yes.
چه کار؟ اطاعت میشه. از اینکه من حمله. اطاعت میشه. اما بله. حمله. چه کار کنم؟ اطاعت میشه. حمله.
بله.
بله اطاعت میکنم.
چه کار کنم؟ میسازم.
آمادم. بله. بله اطاعت میشه. چه کار؟ بله.
آماده. شکار اطاعت میکنم. حرکت میکنم. به کدام نقطه؟ شکارچی.
اما از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم.
بله. به گوش هستم. چه کار؟ اطاعت.
چه کار کنم؟ اطاعت میکنم. به کدام نقطه؟ حرکت میکنم. شکارچی.
بله کدام؟ شکارچی.
بله.
بله.
به گوش هستم. کارگر معدن.
اما اطاعت میشه. از اینکه من بله. چه کار؟ اطاعت میشه.
حکم بیرخته.
بله اطاعت میشه.
هوخ ریشخند وهل.
بله.
میارته.
چه کار؟ از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم. بله اطاعت میشه. از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم.
چه کار کنم؟ بله.
آماده. چه کار کن؟ بله.
بله. چوب بر.
اطاعت حمله.
آمادم. بله حرکت میکنم. شکارچی.
بله اطاعت میشه. اما از اینکه من اطاعت میشه. از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم. بله. چه کار؟ اطاعت میشه. اما از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم.
آماده. بله اطاعت.
بله از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم.
به گوش بله اطاعت.
چه کار؟ بله اطاعت. بله اطاعت. از اینکه بله. از اینکه من اما بله. حمله.
بله حرکت می. شکارچی.
بله. آماده. چه کار کنم؟ بله از اینکه بله.
بله حرکت اطاعت میکنم. بله.
به گوش بله. شکارچی. آماده. شکارچی.
چیکار کن؟ شکارچی.
چه کار؟ حرکت میکنم.
چه کار کنم؟ اطاعت. بله کدام نقطه؟ چه کار حرکت میکنه؟ بله بله چوب بر. چه کار چوب بر؟ بگو چوب بر. چه کار بکن؟ بله میسازم.
من اطاعت میشه از اینکه من آزاد بله اطاعت میشه.
بله
آماده. اطاعت.
به گوش هستم. چه کار کنم؟ بله حمله. حمله. چه کار
بله
کنم؟
به کدام نقطه میسازم.
آماده. بله می جنگم. بله اطاعت. بله
آماده حمله.
آماده میروم. بله حمله. بله حرکت چوب بر. چه کار کنم؟
بله از اینکه من آزاد کردم.
اطاعت.
بله شکارچی.
اطاعت میشه. بله اطاعت میشه. بله آمادم. از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم. بله
چه کار؟ شکارچی.
من اطاعت میشه از اینکه من حمله. بله اطاعت میشه از این. بله چه از اینکه من بله
بله شکارچی. کدام شکارچی؟ شکار کنم. بله اطاعت.
آماده اطاعت میشه. بله از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم. بله من اطاعت از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم. بله از اینکه من آزاد بله اطاعت میشه. بله از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم. بله اطاعت میشه. چکار از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم.
میروم. اطاعت. میروم. بله
بله اطاعت میشه. بله از اینکه من آزاد. بله اطاعت میشه. چکار بله از اینکه من آزاد کردم. بله اطاعت میشه. آماده. بله من از اینکه من آزاد. بله اطاعت میشه. بله
آماده. بله اطاعت میسازم. بله
چکار از اینکه من بله چکار اطاعت میشه.
بگو چوب بر. به کدام نقطه؟ میسازم.
بله چکار از اطاعت میشه.
بله اطاعت. چه کار کنم؟ بله به گوش هستم. بله به کدام نقطه؟ میسازم.
بگو اطاعت شکارچی.
بله بله میروم.
لجمخ میارته.
بله چوب بر. بگو بله اطاعت. به کدام نقطه؟ بله اطاعت.
از این بله اطاعت میشه. من از اینکه من آزاد حمله. از اینکه من آزاد کرد حمله. بله من اطاعت میشه. حمله.
میجنگم. اطاعت. حرکت. بله اطاعت. حرکت.
از اینکه من آزاد
لش بیرخته.
چه کار کنم؟ آماده. کارگر معدن. چک. بله. بله شکارچی.
شکارچی. بله اطاعت میکنم. چوب بر. چه کار کنم؟ میسازم.
آماده. من اطاعت بله.
بله چوب بر.
ریشخان وهل بیرخته.
سلام میکنم. آری؟
آری.
از اینکه من آزاد کردیم
حرکت میکنم. میسازم.
چه کارگر معدن. بله بله. بگوش اطاعت. آماده ام. حرکت میکنم.
چه کار؟ بله.
بله. به کدام نقطه؟ بله اطاعت.
بله اطاعت شکارچی. حرکت شکارچی.
حرکت شکارچی.
بله شکارچی. بگوش شکارچی. بله شکارچی. بگو چه کار کنم؟ شکارچی.
چه حرکت؟ بله حرکت میکنم.
سلام آماده. صحیح.
بله میسازم.
آماده ام.
آری.
ریشخان وهل.
اما اطاعت میشه.
بگو شکارچی.
بگوش هستم.
بله
چکار؟ بله حرکت. اطاعت.
بله حرکت چوب بر.
بله شکارچی.
شکارچی. بله چوب بر. آماده. بله میسازم.
من از اینکه من آزاد کردیم متشکرم. بله.
آری.
چه کار کنم؟
بله از اینکه بله اطاعت میشه. از اینکه من آزاد کردیم متشکرم.
چه چوب بر. بله اطاعت میکنم. میسازم.
بله.
بله میروم. اطاعت. بله آماده اطاعت. بله میروم. چه کار کن؟ بله اطاعت.
بله اطاعت از اینکه من آزاد کردم. از اطاعت میشه. از اینکه من حمله. از اینکه من آزاد کردم. متشکرم.
چه کار کنم؟ بله
آمادم.
بگو حرکت میکنم. به کدام نقطه؟
بله میسازم. اما کارگر معدن.
بله.
بله حرکت میکنم. اطاعت. به گوش است. به کدام نقطه؟
آماده. چوب بر.
بله حرکت میکنم. بله به کدام نقطه؟ به گوش است. شکارچی.
به گوش شکارچی.
اما حرکت میکنم.
بله از اینکه من آزاد. بله از اینکه من بله
آمادم.
بله
چه کار کنم؟ حرکت. بله.
بله اطاعت میشه. بله حمله.
بله حمله. چه کار می جنگم؟
چه کار کنم؟ به کدام نقطه؟ میسازم.
بله
حمله.
حرکت. حمله.
می جنگم.
چه کار حمله می جنگم؟
بله شکارچی. حمله. بگو کارگر معدن. آمادم. حرکت. کارگر معدن. اطاعت.
سلام صحیح.
بله
چه کار کنم؟
اطاعت. بله میروم. بله می جنگم.
بله حمله.
حرکت. بله حمله. اطاعت. بله کارگر معدن.
اما از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم.
آمادم.
به گوش. بله شکارچی.
چیکار کن؟ شکارچی. بله به گوش چوب بر.
سواری.
من اطاعت میشه.
بله اطاعت. به کدام نقطه؟ میسازم. به گوش هست. حرکت میکنم. میسازم.
بله شکارچی.
آمادم.
بگو چوب بر. بله چوب بر.
چه کار کنم؟ آماده‌ام. بله چه کار؟ چوب بر.
بگو به کدام؟ بله اطاعت می. شکارچی. شکارچی.
به گوش هستم.
از اینکه من آزاد کردی متشکرم.
بله چه کار؟ بله.
آماده. صحیح.
بله.
میکنم.
حرکت.
بله.
چیکار؟ چوب بر.
حکمونه ومنه نیارته.
چه کار؟ حرکت میکنم. بله تا بله.
به گوش هستم. بله. اطاعت. بله. میسازم.
بله. حرکت. چوب بر.
آماده. حرکت میکنم.
سلام. حمله. حمله. سلام. میکنم.
اطاعت. بله. معدنچی.
قادر به انجام اون نیستم.
چیکار؟ اطاعت. معدنچی.
میوه چین. میوه چین.
آماده.
بله. بگو. چوب بر.
بله. اطاعت میکنم. بله.
Très bien. À l'attaque. Oui, très bien. Chargez. Oui, à l'attaque. Chargez. Chargez. Oui. Oui. Oui, je le ferai. Très bien. Très bien. Oui. Très bien. Je le ferai. À l'attaque. Oui. Chargez. Oui. À l'attaque. Chargez. Oui.
بگوش همه اطاعت میکنم.
Yes.
بله.
بله. چوبر.
Yes. Yes.
Kill. I.
Hanganga.
Keite, ka haere a. Whakaoro, ka haere a hau. Ai?
Tēnā whakaaro. Pūtia.
Kia ora, miti.
Kei te whakao, ki te whakanga. Ai? He aha te mahere. Ka haere a hau. Kei te whakarongo a hau. Kei te haere. Ai? Whakaoro ia te kei te haere au. Ai? Ka haere a hau.
Tēnā whakamahi, whakae. Tēnā whakamahi, whakae. Pūtia.
Kei te whakarongo a hau. Kei te haere au. Ka haere a hau. Whakaoro ia kei te haere au. Ai? Ka haere a kei te haere au. He whakapātua e a hau. Kei te kaora. Ai, ki te pakanga. Kei te haere au. Ka haere a hau. Kei te whakaoro. Kei te haere au. Ai, whaka ka haere a hau. Kei te haere au.
Tēnā koe pūtia. Tēnā whakamahi paere. Tēnā koe paere. Tēnā paere.
Ka haere a hau.
Kia ora.
He whakahai ka pātua e ahau. Kei te whakarongo ahau. Ai, ka ora. He whaka kei te haere o. Whakaoro ia te kei te haere o. Kei te ka haere ahau. Ai, kei te whakaoro kei te haere o. He a ka haere ahau.
Whakaha, kei te whakaarohi, kei te whakaarohi, kei te haere, ka haere ahau.
Kei te whakarongo kei te haere o. He a ka haere a whakaoro ia te mahi. Ai, ki te pakanga. He aha te mahere. Ka pātua e ahau. Kei ka whakaoro. Kei ka whakaoro ia te mahi. Hei te whakahaere ahau. Whakaoro ia ka haere ahau. He a kei te haere au.
He ato, kei te haere.
Ai, kei te haere au.
Whakaarohia, ka haere ahau. Whakaarohia te mahi. Ka haere ahau. Whakaarohia te mahi. Ka haere, whakaarohia te mahi.
He aha te mahere. Whakaoro ia te mahi.
He ato hia hia, ka ora. Whakaarohia te pakanga. Ka patu e ahau. Whakahau. Te pakanga. Ai. Ka haere ahau. Ka patu e ahau. Whakahau. Ka ora. Ai. Whakahau. Ka haere ahau. Ki te pakanga. Ai. Whakahau. Kei te ka ora. Ai. Ka haere. Kei te haere. Ka patu e ahau. Kei te haere. Ka haere ahau.
Kia ora. Ai. Hanga.
Ja, kei te haere.
Kia ora. Kani. Hanga.
Tēnā koe. Whakae. Te whakamahi.
Kei te haere au.
Kia ora. Kani.
Te whakauka.
Kia ora. Kani. Kia ora. Kani. Kani.
Tēnā koe. Whare.
Whakahau, kei te haere au. Ka haere, kei te whakaaro, kei te haere au. Ia, ka haere ahau.
Kei te haere, kei te haere.
Kia ora. Kani. Ai.
Whakahau,
Tēnā koe.
ai, whakakarohia te mahi.
Tēnā koe. Denakwe. Denakwe.
Hideout. Kaora!
Kao.
Ite Pakaora!
Paka. Arohia de maki.
Kaora. Ite Pakaora!
Denakwe.
Ai. Kao. Kapatsuea. Yato.
Jaha.
Kao. Hairea. Kapatsuea. Arohi. Paka.
Kanni.
Ai.
Kyo.
Hairea. Arohia de maki.
Denakwe.
Arohia de maki.
Pakamahi. Denakwe. Defari.
Kyo. Ai. Hang.
Denakwe.
Kyo. Nanga.
Arohia de maki. Yato hia.
Pakai. Pakai.
Ete haere. Pakaha. Arohia. Paka. Yato hia. Paka. Haere.
Denakwe. Uka. Denakwe. Kai.
Arohia de maki. Ete haere.
Kia ora.
Ka haere.
Kia ora, kanni.
Den uka.
Ete haere.
Kia ora.
Paka arohia ete haere. Ka haere. Ja, ete haere. Ka arohia de maki. Ete haere. Ka pakuea. Ka arohia de maki. Ka ora. Ka haere. Ka haere. Ete haere.
Denakwe.
Ja, ka arohia de maki. Ai.
Ai.
Kia ora.
Denakwe. Paeri.
Ja, tohia. Pakahau. Ete haere.
Kanni.
Ja, tohia. Ka haere. Ete haere. Pakahau. Ka pakuea. Ai. Pakahau. Ja, tohia. Pakahau. Ja, ka pakuea. Ai. Ete haere. Pakahau. Ka pakuea. Ka ora. Arohia. Pakahau. Ka ora. Ja, toch hier.
Renato.
Pakanga.
갑박수해야 하. 갑박수해야 하.
Este haideo.
Ete haidea.
기억하니?
아이.
Paka, aro here.
Keite whakarongo. Keite haereo. Keite haereo. Keite haereo. Ka haerea. Keite haereo. Ai. Ka haerea hou. He whakaoro ia te mahi. Keite haereo.
Putia.
Ai. Keite haereo.
Ai. 항아.
Fucky. Rena Putia.
Kia ora, kani?
Fare.
Kia ora, kākano.
Ka haerea hou. Ka haerea hou.
Ai.
Right away, sir. Relocating now.
Whakaoro ia te mahi. Ka haerea hou. Keite haereo.
Ja, toch hier. Te pakana. Ai.
Ka haerea hou.
Ready and eager, sir. Open fire!
Ja, toch hier.
Open fire!
Kapaksueja. Pakahau. Ai. Kapaksueja.
Whakaoro ia. Whakaoro ia te mahi.
Den uka. Kamahi. Whaihanga.
te haere.
Establishing a foothold.
Tēnā koe.
Kei te haere au. Whakaoro ia te mahi.
Whakamai, uka.
Ready and eager, sir.
He aha kei te haere. Ai, ka haere ahau.
Tēnā koe. Whakai, haere.
He a whakaoro ia kei te haere au.
Tēnā whakai. Tēnā koe. Whare.
Ai, ka hai whakaoro ia he kei te ka haere ahau. Kei te haere au. Whakaoro ia te mahi. Ka pātua ea he ki te pakanga.
Kao.
Kei te whakaoro ia kei te haere au.
Whaka, kei te haere. Ai, he te ka patua e whaka.
Kei te haere au.
깜빡수해야 하이 깜빡수해야 하이 가 하이랴 하이 깜빡수해야 하이 깜빡수해야 하이 가오 야또 기야기야
아하 또 기야기야
깜빡 빠가
하이웨어
가로 이때 하이랴 이때 하이 가 하이랴 가 하이랴 빠가 이때 하이랴 Aro hia te mahi.
Kia ora.
Pakaha. Ka haria. Ete haria. Ka haria. Ete haria. Ete aro hia te mahi. Ete haria. Aro hia te mahi.
Kanni. Ai.
Te whakawhare, whakamahi. Paere, whakae. Paere.
Ka haerea, whakaarohia te mahi. Whakaarohia te mahi. Ka haerea. Whakaarohia te mahi.
He whakaarohia te mahi.
Ka haerea.
Whakae.
He te haerea. Kao, ai. Whakahau. Ka patsuea. Ka tokiakia. Ka haerea. He te haerea. He te haerea.
Tēnā whakae. Tēnā koe.
Kei te haere au.
Tēnā whakamahi.
Whakaro. He te haerea.
Kanni.
Whakaarohia te mahi. Ka haerea. Ka patsuea
Tēnā
hau.
koe.
Ja, ai. He te haerea. Ai. Whakahau. Ka tokiakia.
Kia ora.
He te pakanga. He te haerea. Ka patsuea hau.
He aha tohia hia.
Ka haerea.
Whakamahi.
Ai. He aha tohia
Kia
hia.
ora. Ready indeed, sir.
Ai.
Regiments on foot reporting.
Te kao. Ka patsuea hau.
I don't know, man, what's going on. It's pretty crazy indeed. Lovely net connections, man. Alright, we're good now. Alright.
Whakahu.
I don't know, man. Crazy net. I don't know what's going on.
Hi. Ja, to hier. Kappatsue ja. Kao. Kappatsue ja. Ete hari. Paka. Ja, to hier.
Ite pakka nga! Kahaya ho. Pakaro hia te mahi. Ka pakaro hia te mahi. Pake te haere au. Pakaro hia te mahi.
Te haere.
Ai, pakaro hia te makaro ke te haere au. Ka pakaro hia te mahi. Ka haere au. Pakaro hia ke te haere au. Ke te haere au. Ke te haere au. Pakaro hia te ka haere au. Ka ite ke te pakaro hia ke te haere. Ka haere ke te haere. Ka ke te haere au. Ka patua e au. Ite pakanga.
Ja, pakaro hia te paka. Ke te kakao. Ai. Ke te mai.
Kyo. Ai. Hanga.
Ja, to hia.
Kyo. Mi.
Ai, ke te haere. Ja, to hia. Pakaro hia te mahi.
Ai. Kani.
Ai, ke kaora. Ka patsue e hau. Ke pakaro hia te mahi. Ka patsue e hau. Ki te paka. Ja, to hia.
Ai.
Whakahau.
Ai. Nganga.
Ai. Whakahau. Ka haere a. Ja, to hia. Ka patsue e hau. Hia. Ke te haere. Ka patsue e. Ja, to ke te haere. Ka patsue e ai.
Whakahau ki te pakanga.
Kyo. Ai.
Ki te pakanga.
He aka haere a whakarohia koura. Patua e ahu. E aha ki te pakanga.
Yes.
So, verdict is that Maori is definitely better than Iran. Definitely better. He had to go through a lot of work to do that. And that being said, I did not include the two-shipment British rocket and Redcoat card. I was deciding on it and I thought, I don't really need it because it's no longer his game. But turns out, if I did include that, probably could have potentially won that or stalled it out by even longer. Yeah. So, way better Sid Maori is, indeed. I mean, just imagine if I had that rocket and Redcoat there and I stopped that counter-offensive, start stacking Hurakumus, upgrade them. I would have been age ahead. I would have had to experiment and I could have actually done fatal damage. Or at least made it way even closer than that. I mean, and especially on maps where you have the water like that. Because that was a horrible map on land that just had water. Imagine a good map that has water on it. So like Hudson Bay, Carolina, anything like that, where you have a lot of natural resources. Wow, that was very unexpected. That was very unexpected. I mean, I could try a good Civ against Iran and see if they can handle it. Try a good Civ, like Paraguay or something competent. That could potentially be worth an experiment as well. Yeah.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes.
Voy a hacerlo. Voy a sí. Sí, lo haré. Sí, lo haré. ¡A las armas!
Ayapota, oígo, haga.
Hola. ¿Qué me sí?
¿Qué me sí?
Sí, lo haré. Cazador.
Yapi.
Hola, correcto.
Preparado. ¿Qué me ordena? Lo haré. ¿Sí? ¿Qué me ordena? Voy a hacerlo.
Oima. Iwilatrosa. Yapi.
Sí. Voy a cazador.
¿Sí? Sí.
Alba. Ay, muñan guama.
Prepararé. Sí, lo haré. ¿Sí? Voy a hacerlo. Sí. Voy a hacerlo. Sí. Lo haré. ¿Qué me ordena? Voy a hacerlo. Sí, lo haré.
Maidega. Aima. Gega Aima. Yapi.
Voy a hacerlo. Sí. ¿Qué me ordena? Voy a hacerlo. Sí, sí. Preparado. Lo haré. Voy a hacerlo. Sí. Voy a hacerlo. ¿Qué me lo haré? Voy a hacerlo.
Koan. Yo. Maidei.
Sheubilatrosa.
Paraíba. Alba.
¿Sí? Sí. Voy a hacerlo. Sí. Voy a hacerlo. Sí, lo haré. Sí.
Maitei.
Paraíba.
Sí, lo haré. Sí.
Oima. She. Ahama. Go haga.
¿Qué me ordena?
Yapi.
Preparado. Sí. Cazador.
Koan.
¿Qué? Sí, correcto. Sí, voy a hacerlo. Sí.
Hola.
Leñador. ¿Qué me lo haré? Preparado. Hola. Sí. Voy a hacerlo. Sí. Leñador.
Alba. ATP. Ay, muñan guama.
Mai Iwilatrosa.
Preparado.
Koan. Iwilatrosa. Oim. Aima. Yapi. Koan. Iwila. Yapi.
Aiko be. Alba. Ayuda.
¿Qué me ordena? Lo haré. Sí.
¿Qué me ordena? Hola, leñador. Preparado.
Oíma, mira, che, yapi.
Haraipa. Aimunyan Kuama. Ay, asa tepe. Ayuria.
Oi, aga. Ayapota, ahama. Ayapota, ahama. Go aga. Yapi.
Sí, lo haré.
Alba. Aimunyan
Oui.
Kuama.
Je le ferai.
Maidei. Gega. Haraipa. Aimunyan Kuama. Ayuria. Harai. Ayuria.
Sí, sí. Preparado.
Che,
Sí, sí, lo voy a hacer.
maite, ayahama. Yogapo. Che. Go aga.
Prepa, sí.
Oima. Ubiratrosa.
¿Qué me ordena? Voy a hacer.
¿Preparadas las armas? Sí. Sí. ¡A las armas! Voy a hacer. Sí. Lo haré.
Che. Ubiratrosa.
¿Sí?
Aikobe. Asa uritei ai Aimunyan Kuama. Ayuria. Aikobe. Asa benye. Aimunyan Kuama.
¿Qué me lo voy a hacer? Sí, lo haré. Voy, sí. Lo voy, sí. Voy a hacer. Sí. Lo haré.
¡A la guerra!
Sí, voy a hacer. Sí. A las armas. Sí. Voy, sí. Lo haré. ¿Qué me voy a hacer? Al ataque. Sí. Al ataque. Sí, lo haré. ¿Qué me ordena? Voy a hacer. Sí, sí, lo haré.
Gega. Yogapo.
Preparado.
Preparada.
Sí, lo así. Sí. Lo así, lo haré. Voy a, lo haré. Voy así. Lo así. Lo haré. ¿Qué me ordena? Sí, al ataque. Sí, preparado. Sí. ¿Qué me ordena? Así. Sí, sí, lo haré. Preparado. Al ataque. ¿Qué me ordena? A las armas.
Votre ordre? Oui, très bien.
Preparado. A las armas. ¿Qué me ordena? Sí, al ataque.
Oui, je le ferai bien.
Sí, a la voy, sí.
Ouais, je le ferai.
¿Qué me ordena?
Très bien. Oui.
Sí, a las armas. Sí, sí, a las armas. ¿Qué me ordena?
Oui. À l'attaque.
¿Qué me ordena? A las armas. Prepárala, sí. ¿Qué me ordena? A las armas. Sí, al ataque.
Prêt. Oui, je le ferai. Oui. À l'attaque.
¿Qué me ordena?
Ayapi.
Sí, voy a hacerlo. Sí, lo haré. Sí. Preparad al ataque a las armas. Quemeo, sí. Sí. Preparad a las armas. Quemeo, sí. A las sí. Sí, a las sí. Quemeo, a las sí. Al ataque. Sí, quemeo, sí. Al ataque. A las armas.
زه ټپي یم او حرکت نشم کولی.
Aimunyan Kwama. Maidei Ajapota Gega Ajaima. Iwilatro
¿Qué me cazador?
Ayapi.
Iwilatro Sa.
Prepárese, lo haré. Sí. ¿Qué me ordena? ¿Hola? Lo haré. Voy a hacerlo.
Preparado.
Caraipa. Aimunyan Kwama.
¿Cuál es leñadora?
Sí, voy a preparado. Sí, lo haré.
Uima. ¿Qué me ordena?
Iwilatro Sa.
¿Qué me? Sí, voy a hacerlo. Sí, sí, voy a hacerlo. Lo haré. Preparado, voy a hacerlo. Lo haré. ¿Qué me orden? Sí. Preparado, voy a hacerlo. Sí. ¿Qué me haré? Voy a hacerlo. Sí.
Por la patria.
Por vencer o morir. A la guerra. Por vencer o morir.
Lo haré. Sí, lo voy a hacer.
A la guerra.
Sí, ¿qué me ordena? Sí, a las armas. Sí, voy, lo haré. Sí, al ataque. Sí, sí, voy a hacer. Lo haré. Sí, al ataque. Sí, a las armas. Sí, lo haré. Al ataque. Sí, sí, a las armas. Sí, a las armas. Preparado. A las armas. ¿Qué me ordena? Al ataque. ¿Qué me ordena? Sí, sí, sí, a las armas. Sí, sí, a las armas. Al ataque. Sí, sí, a las sí. Sí, sí, prepara las armas. A las sí. Sí, así, así. Preparado, voy a hacer. A las sí.
Sí.
Caraipa. Curitei Aimunyan Kwama.
¿Qué me ordena? Sí, lo voy a hacer. ¿Qué me ordena? A las armas. Lo haré. Sí, al ataque. Preparado. Sí. ¿Qué me ordena? Voy a hacerlo.
Hola, voy a hacer, constructora.
Prepara. Sí, lo haré. Al ataque. ¿Qué voy a hacer? A las armas. Sí. Sí, lo haré.
Mayu Viratrosa.
¿Cuál es su comando?
¿Hola? Sí, correcto. Constructor. Sí, recolector. ¿Qué me ordena? Leñador.
Dígame, mariscal.
Sí, sí, constructora.
Voy a hacerlo.
¿Qué me ordena?
Hola, recolectora.
Arai ATP Aimunyan Kwama.
Sí, sí.
Preparada.
Maidega Yapi.
Preparado. Hola, sí. Constructor.
Oima Aima Ajapota Yapi.
leñador.
Sí.
Voy a hacerlo. ¿Qué me ordena? Sí.
Oui.
Preparado.
Sí. Voy al ataque. Sí. Sí. ¿Qué me? A las armas.
Ahora y te voy.
Sí. Lo así.
¡Vencer o morir!
¿Qué me ordena? Voy a hacer sí.
¿Qué me? Voy a hacerlo. Sí. Sí.
Sí.
¿Sí?
Aiko be. Ay munyan kuama. Alba. Ay bira. Aiko be. Ay munyan kuama.
Preparado. Voy a hacerlo. Lo haré.
Dígame, mariscal. ¡A la guerra! ¡A la guerra!
¿Qué me ordena? Sí. ¡Al ataque!
Entendido.
¿Qué voy? Sí. Al ataque.
Entendido.
Lo haré. Voy. Sí. ¿Qué me? Lo haré. Sí. Voy a hacerlo. A las armas.
¡A la guerra!
¡Al ataque!
Te voy.
Sí. Al ataque. Sí. Lo haré. ¿Qué me? Sí. Al ataque. Preparado. Voy. Sí. Voy a hacer. Sí. Lo haré. Sí. Al ataque.
Sí, lo haré.
Yes.
Sí. Preparado.
Sí, sí, lo haré, sí, lo haré. Voy a hacerlo, lo haré.
Hola, lo haré. Voy a hacerlo.
Preparado, voy a hacerlo.
Hola, lo haré. Cazadora.
Sí. Voy a... Sí, lo haré.
Paraiba. Ainuñan Kuama.
Sí, lo haré.
¿Qué me ordena? Cazador.
Sí, voy a hacerlo. Sí, lo haré. Preparado. Voy a hacer... Sí. Voy a hacerlo. Sí, sí. Preparado. Sí, voy a hacerlo. ¿Qué me ordena? Lo haré. Sí, sí. Preparado. ¡A las armas! Sí. Preparado. Sí. Sí. Al ataque. Preparado. Lo haré. Sí, voy a hacerlo. Sí. Lo haré. Voy a hacerlo. Lo haré. ¡A las armas!
Sí.
Preparado. ¿Sí? Preparado. ¿Qué me ordena? Voy a hacerlo. ¿Sí? Sí, lo haré. Preparado. Sí. Voy a hacer... Sí.
Sí, recolectora.
¿Qué me ordena? ¿Sí?
¿Qué me ordena? Sí, correcto.
Hola.
Sí. Cazador.
Sí, cazadora.
Preparado. Sí.
Ainuñan Kuama.
Preparado. Lo correcto. Sí. Correcto.
¿Qué me lo haré? Voy a hacerlo.
Hola, cazadora.
Sí, lo haré.
¿Qué me ordena? Leñador. Sí, leñador.
Oima. Yapi. Koan yapi.
¿Cuál es su comando? Voy a hacer constructora. O leñadora.
Aiko be. Araïpa. Encore une fois.
Ouais, je le ferai. Très bien.
Oima Japota.
Hola. Constructor.
Aiko be. Ainunyan Kuama.
Preparado. Leñador.
Aba. Aiga. Magega. Ko Ajapota. Oima.
¿Qué me ordena? Voy a hacerlo. ¿Qué me ordena? Lo haré.
Oima Hama o Aga.
¿Qué me ordena? Voy a hacerlo. ¡A las armas! Sí, sí, lo haré. Voy a... Sí. Sí. Sí. ¡A las armas! ¿Qué me ordena? Sí. Lo voy a hacer. Sí. ¿Qué me ordena? Sí, lo haré. Al ataque. Sí. Voy a las armas. ¿Qué me ordena? Al ataque. Sí. Sí. ¿Qué me ordena? Prepara. Lo haré. Sí. A las... Sí. ¿Qué me ordena? A las armas. Preparado. Sí.
La troza.
Voy al ataque. ¿Qué me ordena? A las armas.
Hola, sí, correcto.
Sí, sí. ¿Qué me ordena? A las armas. Preparado, sí.
Atepe. Ainunyan Kuama. Ako ba niya? Ainunyan Kuama.
Sí, lo haré. Constructor. Voy a hacerlo.
Hama.
Ainunyan Kuama.
Sí, leñador.
Sí, a las armas. Al ataque. A las armas. Al ataque.
Lo haré. ¡A las armas! Voy a hacerlo. Preparado. ¡Al ataque!
Oui, votre ordre. Votre ordre. Oui. À l'attaque.
Por vencer o morir.
Oui, très bien. Oui. Votre ordre. Oui. Oui. À l'attaque.
A la guerra.
Yes.
I think Kaiser will be joined in a few minutes. Give me a moment. I think I have a Taco Bell Emergency 2.0 that I'll take care of while he's out. Wait for him 15 minutes, huh? Alright, well, okay. What time is it now? It's 8:47? Sounds good. Well... Why don't I practice a game of Oblivion in the meantime, then? And see if I can bolster their deck at all. Just for studying's sake. Yeah, let's try that.
Estoy lista, cierto.
Mande, ahorita lo hago. A la orden. Cazadora.
Gold, not steel, is the weapon of war. You are smart to seek it.
¿Sí?
Diga. Cazadora. Ajá. Albañil.
Estoy lista, cierto. No tardaré, cierto.
Ahorita no. Cazadora.
¿Qué necesito? No tardaré. Sí, estoy lista. No tardaré.
A la orden. Cazadora.
¿Qué necesitas? Cierto. No tardaré. Sí, a la carga. Estoy lista. ¿Qué es cierto?
¿Sí, tata?
¿Quién es? Sí, cierto. No tardaré. Sí, cierto. Sí. ¿Quién es? Cierto. Sí. Sí, no tardaré. Sí. Hayaya, Bolivia. Estoy lista. Cierto. A la carga. Sí, sí, sí, no, no tardaré. Sí, no, sí, sí, sí, no tardaré. Sí.
Wakicha tatua. Shisa.
¿Qué es cierto? No cierto. No tardaré. Es cierto.
Ari, vamos pues, ya voy. Cazador.
¿Sí? Estoy... ¿Qué necesitas? ¿Sí?
Diga. Cazadora. Ah, leñadora.
¿Qué necesitas?
Mande, enseñadora.
¿Sí? Estoy lista. ¿Qué necesitas? ¿Sí?
¿Qué hago?
¿Qué necesitas? No tardaré. Amasa Hayaya, Bolivia.
Agricultor.
Diga, grítalo, leñadora, albañil.
Estoy lista. Sí. Amas armas. Sí, esto es cierto. Sí, cierto.
¿Sí?
Mande, leñadora. Diga.
¿Sí?
Ari, voy a ir. Constructor.
Estoy listo. No, sí.
¿Qué hago?
Mande, a la orden. Albañil.
Sí, leñador.
Ajá, leñadora.
Sí, es cierto.
Perfectamente. Sí, señor.
No tardaré.
Perfectamente.
Sí, leñador.
Inmediatamente. Perfecta. Sí, señor. Fuego inmediatamente.
Sí, a la carga.
Mis órdenes. Sí, señor.
No, sí, cierto.
Mitaita.
¡Mátelo! ¡Den baja!
General.
This is an official patch. This is the latest update towards Liberty. Yeah, it's version 1.2.0D. It just came out yesterday. They basically screwed Iran to turn them into like a useless civ. Yeah, they just destroyed Iran. And they tried to buff Bolivia, but it's not... It's good, but... I don't know, I guess Kaifa said they're technically playable. It's just hard, so I guess it's good. Serenos delivers more units, but costs the same as Minutemen. Siege Artillery now has better population costs, so they're actually makeable now, which is also pretty good, yeah. I think you should be here by now, hopefully soon. I guess we'll do another one then.
I am Juan Calpac, Emperor of the Inca. I answer to no mere mortal.
Vamos, cazador.
Man, jornalera.
Sí, cierto. A la carga.
Diga.
Estoy listo. ¿Quieres? No tardaré. Sí. Sí. Cierto. Estoy listo. No tardaré. Las armas.
Llego. Constructor.
¿Qué necesito? Cierto. No tardaré. Sí. Cierto. Hayaya, Bolivia.
Man, a la orden. Cazadora.
Estoy listo. A la carga. Sí, no tardaré.
Sí. Voy. Sí. Llego. Sí.
Sí, no, sí, cierto. Sí, no tardaré. Sí. ¿Qué necesitas? A las armas. Estoy lista. No tardaré.
Kamisaki Nurawa. Wadiki.
¿Qué necesitas? Sí. Cierto.
Ari, ya voy. Voy a ir. Cazador. Cazador. Ya voy. Cazador.
¿Sí? No tardaré.
Enseguida, leñadora, leñadora.
Llego. Liñador. Liñador.
Ajá.
¿Quién es cierto? ¿Sí? Nota, cierto. Sí. Hayaya, Bolivia. A la carga. Cierto.
Sturmautomat. Ide.
Estoy con las armas.
Teyar.
Sí, no tardaré.
Man, a la orden. Albañil.
¿Quién es cierto? No tardaré.
Ari, llego.
Jornalera.
Sí, cierto.
Ajá. Leñadora. Diga, cazadora. Enseguida. Albañil.
¿Quién? No tardaré.
Sí, cazador.
Leñadora. Leñadora.
Sí, vamos pues. Ya vamos a ir. Ah, sí, ya voy. Cazador. Ari, vamos pues. Cazador. Llego.
Ajá, cazadora.
Ah, voy a ir. Ya voy. Sí, voy a ir. Ya voy. Constructor. Itaita, lo vamos. Ya voy hoy. Sí, voy a ir. Cazador. Aquí, lo vamos a hacer. Sí, ya voy. Voy a ir. Órdenes. Voy. Lo vamos a hacer. Voy. Lo vamos a hacer. Voy. Ya voy hoy. Lo vamos a hacer. Aquí, ya voy yo. Lo vamos a hacer.
Mande, leñadora.
Itaita, ya voy hoy. Voy. Órdenes. Ya voy hoy. Lo vamos a hacer. Ya voy hoy. Lo vamos a hacer. Voy.
Sí, sí. No tardar. Sí. Estoy cierto.
Diga.
Aquí lo vamos a hacer. Órdenes. Aquí sí. Lo vamos a hacer.
Sí. No tardaré.
Mi taita.
¿Quieres? Sí.
The Inca Empire keeps
No
growing.
tardaré.
Can yours keep up?
Estoy listo. Sí, cierto. ¿Qué necesitas? Sí, no cierto, no tardaré. Sí. Estoy listo. No tardaré.
¡La patria!
No tardaré. Las armas.
Aquí. Maten. Lo vamos a hacer.
Sí, a la carga. Sí, las armas. ¿Qué necesitas? Sí.
¡Allá la patria!
Órdenes.
Ari, vamos pues, constructor. Aquí. Ven acá, mátame. Lo vamos a hacer.
Estoy lista. No tardaré. Sí, cierto. Sí.
Ari, leñador.
Diga, cazadora.
Órdenes, lo vamos a hacer.
Estoy cierto. Sí, sí, no tardaré.
Digo usted, mi coronel, subordinación y constancia.
Sí.
Mi teniente, a sus órdenes.
Cierto, no cierto. Estoy nota, sí, cierto.
Sí, voy a ir. Constructor. Sí, ya voy. Constructor.
Sí.
Aquí ya voy. Lo vamos a hacer. Usted es mi coronel. ¡Viva Bolivia!
No tardaré.
Mi teniente. ¡Ay, quizá!
¿Qué necesito? Sí, cierto, no tardaré.
Sí, vamos, niña dura.
Leñadora. Marita lo hago. Albañil.
Sí, a la carga.
Leñadora.
Ya voy. Vamos pues, niña dura.
A la orden. Leñadora.
A sus órdenes. ¡Ay, viva Bolivia! Digo ser mi coronel nacional. Copaibao. ¡Viva Bolivia! ¡Hija! ¡Nayaka! ¡Viva Bolivia!
Cierto. Sí. A la carga. Allá.
¡Copaibao! ¡Ay, Nayaka! ¡Copaibao!
Leñadora.
Sí, voy a ir. Constructor. Aquí.
Aquí lo vamos a hacer. Allá ya lo... ¡Mátenlos!
Sí, sí.
Ari, niña dura.
Es cierto, no tardaré.
Mitaita. ¿Qué hago? Ya vamos pues. Constructor.
Ahorita lo hago. Albañil.
Mi teniente.
Leñadora. Ajá, a la orden. Albañil.
Mi taita voy a ir.
¿Quién es? Sí.
Leñadora.
Ya voy hoy.
Digo ser mi coronel.
Mi taita. Uy, ya voy hoy.
Aquí, pues. Mi teniente. Subhisa. Subordinación. Digo ser mi... Ari. Subordinisa. Mi teniente. Ari. Digo ser mi coronel.
Aquí voy a ir. Allá ya la patria. ¡Mátenlos!
Sí, cierto.
Teniente, subordinación y constancia. Aquí. Taita, aquí, ya voy hoy.
Taita.
A sus órdenes.
Ya voy hoy.
Taita, órdenes. Lo vamos a hacer.
Aquí, lo vamos a hacer.
Digo ser Kisha.
Taita, aquí voy a ir.
Aquí. Voy.
Orden, ya lo vamos a hacer.
Teniente, subordinación y Kisha. A Copaibao. A sus órdenes. Ari. Kisha. Ari.
Aquí voy a ir.
Albañil.
A su subordinación y Nayakata.
¿Qué necesitas? Sí. No tardaré.
立てるんだね。
大体。
なんだ。立てるんだね。
みたいだ。やぶよーい。
Digo ser aquí. Ari. Sí, tata. Niñadur. A sus órdenes.
Órdenes. Aquí lo vamos a hacer.
Adesh.
Ajá, magas cazadora.
Ha.
Mitaita. Órdenes. Ya voy yo. Aquí.
4は立てるんだね。
Órdenes. Voy.
Diga.
Sí, Meneru.
Ah, ahorita lo hago. Leñadora.
Mitaita.
Digo ser mi coronel. A sus órdenes.
A la carga.
Aquí. Lo vamos a hacer. Lo vamos a hacer. Mitaita. Subordinación y constancia. Paisao, veis, viva Bolivia.
Sí, no tardaré. Cierto, sí. Allá, Bolivia. Estoy lista. Sí, sí. No tardaré.
Teniente, Ari. Ya voy a ir. Ya voy.
Ahorita lo hago. Albañil. A la orden. Albañil. Albañil. Ahorita lo hago. Albañil.
A sus subordinación. Subordinación y constancia.
Uy, allá ya la patria. Mitaita.
Ajá. A la orden. Albañil.
Teniente, Quizá. A sus órdenes. Subordinación. Opaivao. A ver. Mi teniente,
Diga, leñadora.
a sus órdenes. Teniente. Ya voy a ir. Ya voy.
Enseguida.
A sus órdenes.
要件は食料だね。
Digo termiconon ahora y subo a compaivao.
Vendime yo. Se fue la carajo.
Teniente, ya voy. Termicoronel. Isa. Daida. Teniente.
なんなりいざ承知直ちいざご命令を。
Yeah, this just isn't working out against really any major civ here. And I don't think it's the deck. I really just think the civ just struggles that much, really. I really think the civ just struggles that much. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I'll open up a lobby now to see if anyone wants in or not. Yeah. Because he should be back by now, right? I would assume he would. See if anyone shows up. I don't see anyone getting on now, so unless somebody shows up, I mean, I'm gonna probably just boot up DE for now. Maybe do some Budokai or something. Yeah, let's do that. Sounds like a good idea to me. Let's give it a go. Alright, it's booting up right now, just so you know. Probably just close TAD here for now. And wait for it to load real quick. Shouldn't take that long. Some good games today so far, though. And it was interesting to see people playing on those wacky maps that I came up with. I didn't think anyone would actually do it. Pretty impressive, actually.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes. One equal. Ku. O equal. O equal. Equal. Equal. O ku. Ku. Ku. Ku. O ku. O equal. O equal. O equal. O equal. Ku. O ku. O equal. O ku. Equal. Ku. O equal. O equal. Commencez. O
Commencez. Equal. Oak. Commencez. Ku.
yes.
Yes, I'm going now.
Mont oak. Oak. Eek oak.
Yes. Yes.
Command ku, ku, ok, ku.
Banku, ok, ikho.
I'm ready. I'll do it.
Comance. Ku.
Yes, I'm right. What is your... I'll do it. I'm going now.
No.
What is your command? It's going now.
Comance. Ok.
I'm ready. I'll do it.
Ok.
Ok, ikho. Button ku. Command ok, ikho. Button.
Emanuela, viral auni. Ari, virala.
Command se ok, ikho.
Lichtum kai au, virala.
Ok, oku.
Emanuela, tana Lichtum Ari.
Command ok.
What is your command? I'll do it.
I'm ready. Right. I'll do it.
Comance. Ok. Bantne. Ok.
Emanuela, virala. Lichtum kaya.
Ikho.
Ja? Wird erledigt.
Banku. Ikho. Ku.
What is your... I'm going now.
Ok. Ikho. Ok. Ikho. Ku. Ikho.
Button ku. Ok, command ku. Ok, ikho.
Auftrag. Verstanden.
Emanuela, Ari. Baumi. Ari. Virala. Aumi. Ari. Viral Aumi. Ari. Emanuela, tana Pacman. Emanuela, tana Pacman. Ari. Lichtum au. Virala. Aumi. Virala. Virala. Ari. Ari. Lichtum Kairi. Emanuela. Ari. Virala. Ari.
Swap Omanite.
I'm ready. Commando. Boku.
Lichtum Vairala.
Okay.
Yeah, right. I'll do it.
What is your consider it done? I'm going now.
Bantu.
I'm ready. Consider
Commence.
it done. What is? I'll do it.
I'm go right. I'm going now. Ari. Emanulam tan Ari.
Oh.
Ari, Aumi, Lichtum Ari.
Ganroka, Anyoki.
Look, I'm leading.
Iku. Hok. Ikok. Ikok.
Yes.
Iku.
What is your? I'll do it.
Bon. Iko. Omanse. Bon. Omanse. Iko. Cook. Ok. Iko. Omanse. Iku. Ok. Bon. Iku. Oku. Iko. Ok. Iko.
Emanulam Ari. Vairala. Vairala. Lichtum Vairala. Ari, Manulam Pakman. Ari, Vairala. Ari, Lichtum Ari, Manulam Pakman. Ari, Vairala. Vairala. Vairala. Ari. Manulam Pakman. Ari. Ari. I'm ready. Going now.
I'll do it.
Emanulam Ari. Ari. Lichtum Vairala. Emanulam tan Apak Ari. Lichtum Kaya. Emanulam tan Vairala. Vairala. Aumi. Ari.
Komaku.
Yeah, I'm going now. Right.
What is your going now?
What is your command? I'm going now. Right. Yes, I'll do it right.
Yes, I'm ready. I'm going now. What is your... I'll do it. I'm going now.
On a horta.
Ikho. Ikho. Ku.
I'm ready. Sit going now. I'll attack. What is your command? Consider it done.
Yes.
Yes, I'm going now.
What is your command?
مستعد هنفذ نعم
Yes, right.
وجدة إيه
أنا سيدي.
أعمل شنو؟ سرع.
عليت حتمينك.
Command say.
What is your command? I'm ready. I'm going now.
Ikho.
What is your... To attack!
I'm ready. I'll do it.
أشهد
Command Oak.
أفتح يا بوي
Command Go.
أري أومي أري
Ku.
Yes, right. I'll do it. Yes, right. I'm going right. I'll do it.
Command say.
Ar Vairala.
I'm going now.
Lishtum Kaya. Lishtum Kaya. Au Vairala.
يا بلوك أليدك
Ari.
يا بلوك أليدك بلوك يا بول
أكيد جدا
Leman Ari. Emanulam ten Apakman. Aomi.
I'm ready.
Matne. Ikho.
Gun Hoage.
Iku.
Ok. Komaku. Ok. Matne.
Iku. Ku.
On Gun Hoage.
Ok. Ku.
Ashu. Atsili. Yes, right.
I'm ready.
To attack!
Ari. Licht on fire. Ari, Pakman, Ari, Emanulam, Pakman, Ari, Ari, Wairala, Ari, Wairala, to battle! To battle! Attack! To battle! Licht on fire.
I'll attack.
What is that? To battle! Emanulam, Pakman.
Attack!
Licht on fire. Licht on Kairi.
Commencez. Combatne. Commencez.
Attack! I'm going. Attack!
Komaku. Ok. Ikho. Komaku.
Ok. Ku. Iko. Iko.
I'll attack.
What is your
attack?
Iko. Commencez.
Ok. Commencez. Ok. Ikho.
Matne.
Matne. Ok.
Commencez. Ku. Iko. Ku. Iko.
Commencez. Ku. Ikho.
Ari, Ari, Licht on fire. Pakman. Ari, Licht on fire. Pakman, Ari. Licht on Ari. Pakman. Licht on fire. Licht on Ari. Licht on fire. Wairala. Pakman. Licht on fire. Ari. Emanuela. Pakman. Ari. Emanuela. Ari. Licht on Kau. Ari. Aumi.
To battle! Attack!
Emanu Ari. Wairala. Licht on Aumi. Aumi.
Command. Je viens. Oku. Ikho.
Emanuela. Pakman.
I'll attack. What is your command? Attack!
Commencez.
Attack!
I'll attack.
Attack! What is your command? Going now.
I'm
I'll do right.
What is your attack? Yes, I'll do it.
Attack! What is your command?
Iku, Bantne.
What is your command?
Bantne iko, ku. Ok, iko, ku. Bantne, ku.
Bantne, ku. Ok.
I'm ready.
وجدة.
Yes, right.
Commencez. Iko, ku. Ok. Ok.
What is your... I'm going now.
Командце. Ok.
Matne ikho.
I'm ready. I'll do it. Consider it done. I'll do it. I'm going now.
I'm ready. Right. I'll do it.
Ari. Viral Aumi. Viral Ari. Viral Aumi. Ari. Viral Aumi. Viral Ari. Viral Emanuel Aumi.
Komaku. Ok.
Ok. Ok. Ok. Ikho. Vantne.
Komanse. Ok.
Komanse. Ikho. Ku. Ikho. Ok. Ikho.
Ari. Ari. Lichtum Kai. Virala.
Ok. Ku. Ok. Ikho. Ok.
Emanuel Aumi.
Vantne. Ku. Ok. What is your right?
Ok. Ikho. Ku. Ikho. Командце.
وجدة.
Командце. Ok. Ikho. Ku. Ok. Ikho. Ok. Ku. Ok. Ikho. Ku. Ok. Ikho. Vantne. Ku. Ikho. Ku. Ikho. Ok. Ikho.
Lichtum Kaya. Ari. Aumi. Ari. Aumi. Ari. Aumi. Ari.
Komandce. Ku. Ikho.
Yes.
Vantne. Ku. Ok.
Yes. I'm ready. I'll do it.
Emanuel Pakman.
I'm ready. Round right. Yes, I'll do it.
Come on, say.
What is your command? I'm going now.
Lichtum Ari. Vairaumi.
Madne ku. Iko og.
Emanulam tana Pakman Ari. Aumi.
Bankomatse. Ku. Iko. Ku. Og. Madne.
Onse.
Og. Iko. Ku. Og. Iko. Og. Og. Iko. Ku. Og. Ku. Og.
Yes. Attack now!
Iko, ok.
Yes. Yes.
Yes,
I'm ready.
What is your command?
I'm ready. Yes, right. I'll do it. I'm right. What is your... I'm going now. I'm ready. Yes.
I'll consider it done.
Yeah, right. I'll do it. Right. I'll do it. I'm ready. I'm go right. I'll do it. What is... I'm right. I'll do it. I'm ready. Right.
Yes.
Yes. I'm ready. I'll do it. What is your... I'm going now.
What is going
I'm ready. I'll do it. I'm going now. Yes, right. What is your command? I'll do it.
Bonne, Iko. Ku. Ok. Iko. Ku. Ok. Iko. Ku. Bonne. Ok. Ku. Ok. Iko. Ku. Ok. Ku.
Ok.
Manse. Ok. Iko. Ku. Ok. Bon. Iku. Manse. Ok. Ok. Iko. Ku. Iko. Bon. Ok. Iko. Ok. Iko. Manse. Ku. Bon. Ok. Ok. Iku. Iku. Iku. Bonne. Ku. Ok. Ku. Iko. Ku. Commencez. Ku. O ku. Iko.
Ari.
Ku. Bon ku. Commencez. Iko. Ku. Iko. Ku. O ku. Iku. Bon iku. Ku. Iku. Once
What is your command?
Licht on fire. Vairala! Ari!
Yes.
think we should do some saber duel now, if you don't mind. Yeah. Do some good old saber front. Actually, this supremacy thing looks good.
Enemy elite on sight! Watch out!
Shouldn't have made me angry.
Some kind of special combatant on the ground!
Imperial leader on the ground! Not sure who!
For my clan, and for all of Manslore.
I fought Sith. What do you think your chances are? I will stop. One of our agents just landed. Better than a dozen troops.
driving. It's only one person.
First order operative on site. This is our chance!
Just landed. Be careful! one person. Reinforcements landing. Got an ally ready to fight.
First order commander now landing. Can't see who. Elite resistance forces landing. They're taking control!
Someone's killing our people! First order elite!
Elite First Order operative on site. Can't get an ID.
Look, just get out of there. We lost the memorial, but we got room to fall back. Go! So, new plan. Our pals in the castle are prepping for evac. Meanwhile, stormtroopers are coming for the 2 turrets in this sector. They're the only thing keeping First Order reinforcements from landing, so protect them as long as you can.
Bomb on the west turret. Bought some time. West turret resecured.
Enemy elite on site! Watch out!
Ha! Disarm the bomb. East side.
Now go show them why we're the resistance.
Who is that? Imperial elite on the ground!
You gotta disarm the
you on.
Look at that! Unidentified ally on site!
I'm warning you. Don't want to make me angry. Shouldn't have made me angry.
Emperor Palpatine is here.
You're not gonna like this. Short work.
Bomb disarmed. West side's clear. Imperial leader on the ground. Not sure who.
Some kind of special combatant on the ground.
Enemy leader taking point! They planted charges on the west side.
Who is that? Imperial elite on the ground! Power surge on the west side. Explosive arming.
West charges neutralized.
One of their top operatives just landed. Be careful!
Explosive on the west side.
That's it. Our evacuation transport's heading out, and the stormtroopers get nothing.
walkers on the ground. Our pilots will run interference while we evacuate Hoth. We'll have to make a stand using portable rocket launchers. Take those walkers down if you can. If they reach the base, the whole evac could fail.
Unidentified ally fighting stormtroopers!
Imperial leader on the ground! Not sure who!
Some kind of special combatant on the ground! Enemy elite on site! Watch out! Who is that? Imperial elite on the ground!
Elite ally on the ground!
Enemies running scared! Unidentified ally on site!
Walkers crossing the second line, halfway to the base.
Enemy leader taking point! I will stop you!
Walkers nearing their base. They've crossed the final checkpoint.
New ally on the ground!
Too late. That walker is in assault range. Fall back into the hangars. We'll meet the enemy attack there. Couldn't stop the walkers, but we can repel the defend the hangars while the evac proceeds. If we lose more ground, we'll have our backs to the wall.
They broke through to the west hangar!
Look at that! Unidentified ally on site!
West hangar under severe threat. Push the enemy out. They've secured the west hangar. Make our stand at the east.
They're taking the east hangar! Imperial leader on the ground! Not sure who!
Who is that? Imperial elite on the ground!
The hangars are lost. This is it. Fall back to fuel storage. If they blow out fuel supply, transports will never finish launching. The explosions will cripple the base. But hold the Empire back, and the rebellion will survive.
charges at the fueling station! LA landing! Looks like we got a friend!
Explosives charging! And targeting the pipes!
I will stop you!
Detonator set at the depot.
Boom! Disarm! No damage to the pipe!
New friendly on the ground!
Pipes clear! Charges neutralized!
Pity they won't run out of bombs soon.
Elite ally on the ground!
Get to the pipes! Disarm the bomb! Disarm it now!
Real question. I hope that's not the last one. I pray it's not the last one. Just one more, please. I just got here. I'm hoping that that wasn't the last.
Here, unfocused power.
Move!
You are nothing!
move quickly if the Jedi Order is to survive. Here's something I know you'll enjoy. Heads up! Now! Worthless! Let's see. Just what I needed today. Helpless. Stop this! The force is strong, but you are not. You've already lost.
Eyes on me.
I don't know about that. That's more like it. Oh, come on in! You are an irritant. Here's something I know you'll enjoy. You think you can resist? Take a seat. The force is strong.
Eyes on me.
Now! Heads up!
I'll think I'm done for now. Sign off now. See you all tomorrow for the next stream. I'll think